All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to Cafe Conspiracy and Sunday night. Great to be here with you guys. I hope you're all having an amazing evening, wonderful weekend, safe and happy and healthy 4th of July. But we're back in the realm of the strange, the weird, the odd. All of you guys know what I'm talking about. The conspiracy world and all the things that go along with it. We all remember that movie, don't we? I bet we do. Hey, hey. The Matrix. Are we living in a simulation? Are we real? Are we coded? Are we living in a computer program? There's a lot of people that think we are. That's a hell of a conspiracy, that's for sure. That's what we're going to get into tonight here at Cafe Conspiracy. I hope you're interested. I hope you're here for it. Please share it out. Let everybody know what we're talking about tonight. There's all sorts of interesting things with this one. Please make sure to hit the like button. Again, share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing. That being said, let's get into this craziness. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Welcome to Cafe Conspiracy. Come on in and have a seat. Let's have a talk, just you and me. Let's talk about the things we're not supposed to be. Is that a UFO flying up above? Did you see that ghost? Give that door a shove. What's going on in the state of the deep? It will give you some thought you may or may not wanna keep. Really strange things that go bump in the night. Lots of weird feelings, can't tell if they're wrong or right. You leaning slow, I lock the door. You ask for proof, I show you more. Cafe Conspiracy, we will break it all down. Cafe Conspiracy, thing may scare you, make you leave with a frown. Cafe Conspiracy, it's the place to be. Cafe Conspiracy, let's break it all down. Just you and me. Cafe Conspiracy. Cafe Conspiracy. Well, digging deep, we'll talk about it all. So much to look into for us, one and all. You might wanna leave the lights on to make you feel safe. It may be hard to realize what's real and what's fake. The cup spins once, the silence gets gets loud. I hear your doubt move through the crowd. A little truth, a little dread, a little more when you nod your head. Really strange things that go bump in the night. Lots of weird feelings, can tell if they're wrong or right. You want the answer, I want the sign. We trace the clues along the line. Cafe conspiracy, we will break it all down. Cafe conspiracy, thing may scare you, make you leave with a frown. Cafe conspiracy, it's the place to be. Cafe conspiracy, let's break it all down. Just you and me. Cafe conspiracy. Cafe conspiracy. Keep the sugar, keep the lie. Watch the shadow pass you by. If the world turns back on its own, we were here and now you know. Cafe conspiracy, we will break it all down. Cafe conspiracy, thing may scare you, make you leave with a frown. Cafe conspiracy, it's the place to be. Cafe conspiracy, let's break it all down. Just you and me. Cafe conspiracy. Cafe conspiracy.
Whoa. Are you zigged out now? It's gonna get worse. Just saying. I hope you're here for it. Welcome back to another episode of Cafe Conspiracy, where we talk about things that just don't make no sense. That quite a few of them. Yes, and I changed that song. I'm gonna talk about that song here in a minute. Some of my mods sometimes tell me that I don't listen to them. Sometimes, not so much anymore. They used to tell me a lot, but that song, I'm gonna explain that here as we get moving. But come on in, guys, hit the like button if you're down for some crazy, weird, just not quite grounded conversation. This is it tonight. We're gonna talk about: are we possibly living in a simulation? Are we? Are we? Are we codes that were computer created? What's going on with that, folks? People think this. People show these things. There's a computer that is supposedly running us every single day. Let's talk about it, guys. I will give you guys a link to join me with tonight. I want to hear your thoughts on this because I'm telling you, do you glitch? Do you do, do you glitch? What happened? I don't know what that was all about. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know, but we're going to talk about it. That's for damn sure because it is a wild ass theory and conspiracy. We're going to check it out, guys. Come on in, hit the like button, grab a seat, get comfortable, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. You know how that goes. I say it all the time. Come on in and let's do this. Welcome. Looks like we got Miss Jessie Lynn in the house. Moving forward, Miss. Looks like Sweet Pea's back in the house again. Good to see you, Blue Devil. Welcome back. Of course, the lovely Miss Cat K. Good to see you. E Potty, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Sally Shepardson, welcome back to you. Agape Love, welcome. Good to see you. Debs is in the house. Dale Harrison, welcome, my friend. Sleuthers in the house. Good to see you, Miss Sleuther. Speaking of. The Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy's in the house. Rebecca Seidner, great to see you. Common sense ain't that common. Not really. Good point. Especially with tonight's show. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Pixie Dust, great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Who else do we have in this house? This crazy, crazy, crazy show for tonight. Let me see. Debs, 68. Miss Jackie, welcome to you. Just Jackie. Lisa Winchester, welcome back. Great to see you today. Ozzy McGlynn, great to see you as always. Karate, what's going on? Good to see you. Great to have you here. Lizzie Nine Crew, good to see you. Moto Man, what's going on? Alyssa Anson, welcome. Good to see you. Let me see. Again, make sure to hit that like button. Come on down and jump in the sauce with us. Oh, wait. No, we're not in the sauce. See, I glitched. Jump into the conspiracy pit because that's where we're at tonight. Give me 1 minute here. Come on in, grab your seats, get comfortable. Share this out, let everybody know what we're doing. Like I said, I know you guys all know what I'm talking about with all this stuff. So let's see. All right, there we are, you guys. All right, all right. Is that what it's all about? Were we created by a code? Yes, everything's clear. Tornado has passed by. Whatever we were dealing with, it's gone. So come on in. By the way, that song that I put out there, this one, I had a different song, folks, that I had put together. Shared it with the moderators, and one of my amazing moderators um, pointed out to me that for this show, it should be something a little more mysterious sounding, maybe so on and so forth. So, Miss Sluther, thank you for the recommendation. You were correct. And that song is based off of her recommendations, her thoughts, her feelings. So there it is, guys, all for her. She was right. That's why you have moderators. That's why I have such an amazing Blue Crew. Um, it is absolutely amazing, and that's what they do, guys. They're all about. They don't just moderate the chat. They do all sorts of things. So you can thank Miss Sluther75 for giving Mr. Dago that idea. I put it together all based on her thoughts and her feelings and what the rest of them agreed with her on. So hell yeah. And I love it too. I do. And then of course Miss Robin from Crimes After Dark created the video for the rest of that as we added the song to it. And I really love it, guys. I do. We have two of them now. And the second one, of course, was made by our videographer, Miss Molly, who does an amazing job. I'm checking it right now, Miss Kawanda. I was away from my phone for a while, but I am checking right now, dear. Thank you for the PayPal donation. Always appreciated. Oh, let me have it. Give me that question. Let me see. Absolutely, Kwanda. That's no problem. I will set that up for you here. Remind me a little bit later, and I definitely will do that for you, dear. No worries. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. So, again, for those of you that Miss Kwanda, welcome again. Good to see you. Farmzilla, good to see you in the house. Let me see. Who else do we have back here? Just Jackie, Blue Sky, or Sky Blue Eyes. I'm sorry. And yes, thank you for asking. I appreciate your caring. We're all clear and good to go. Odds, welcome. It scared you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not all scary. Harry Potter's back in the house. Deborah Ackland, good to see you as well. Let me see. Show. So I want, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to run a little poll, and I don't worry about what anybody thinks on this. So give me 1 minute. Okay. So the poll is going to be, do you believe we could be living in a simulation? I'm going to give you three options to answer that on, folks. And it's yes, no, and are you crazy, Dago? Which you never know. I could be, especially after doing this for 4 years. Paisley's post. Good to see you. Eddie's back in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us, Blue Devil. Gen 7, Stephen Fillmore. Great to see you all. Thank you to my mods that are joining me in here tonight. I love you all. Taking time out of your Sunday nights. And yes. I'm excited for this, you guys. I like being able to break away from true crime from time to time. Mandy Gillian and jump into this wild stuff because it is interesting. Whether it's real or not, true or not, whatever, it's interesting. So the poll is out there. Vote on it if you will, please and thank you. I got a turtle drinking some water, hydrating over here. That was cute. Thank you for those of you that are dropping those gifts in here, by the way. Miss Kawanda said, stay hydrated with a cute little turtle. Thank you, Miss Kawanda. That is awesome. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Hello, all. Moonlit says, thanks, Mrs. Dago, for letting us spend the evening with the meatball. Yeah, she loves it. She said, you guys keep me grounded. That's what she said. She said it more than once. She loves you guys, by the way. Yes, she does. Turtle drinks water on my phone. A turtle drink. That's that's awesome, Eddie. Again, thank you guys for joining us on our show earlier today. And for those that tuned in for the verdict room last night, super excited for that. You're traveling through another dimension. That's a signpost up ahead. Your next stop, Cafe Conspiracy. All right, come on in. Come on in. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Let me see what we got. Oh, no. No more room. Move along, my friend. Move along. All right, come on in, guys. I'm going to give you a few more minutes for everybody to jump in that wants to jump in before we jump into this whole thing. Pinch yourself. Make sure you're real. Make sure you're not glitching. Come on in. And at that point,
2 hours later,
we'll get this kicked off. Burrow down Intel. Hello. Welcome. Hello, governors. All right, where are we at with this poll? Make sure you're voting on this poll. I'm curious to see who's going to be interested in this and not. And also, when you guys leave comments, itty bitty's in the house. Good to see ya. Unfortunately, it probably is real, y'all. That's the sad part. It'd be nice if it was a simulation. We could just hit reset and fix it all. You know what I'm saying? Last one in is a rotten egg. Hey. No stink. We don't want that. You know I was London based? I did not. That's hilarious that I said that then. Hello. I love it. That's awesome, Burrow. You are London based. Hello, Miss Governor. I'm a little wired tonight, guys. Lots of coffee, and I get excited when I get to do these things. I love it. Self-helps this is in the house. Good to see you. Welcome back from your vacation. I would love to hit reset, Eddie. My life needs to be reset. I'll tell you that right now, especially recently. Thank you, Miss Jen, for that. Welcome to the Cafe Conspiracy. The truth is out there. Please hit the like button and question everything. All you woke people. Yes, we're glad you're back. Self-help. Error. Pinch test. Failed. Too cold to feel anything right now. I got you. Excited is good. Well, if you can't tell my mood. If this is a Sims game, can someone make it a little taller? Yes, that's my point. Like if we were in a simulation, I think at the very least it'd be nice if we could actually make ourselves what we want to be. You know what I mean? A little taller, a little thinner, a little prettier, a little more handsome. You know, things like that. That would be amazing. Yes. Come on in, guys. Fly in on one of our conspiracy saucers. Have a seat. That's awesome, Sluther. I love it. Sluther's got great ideas. You all have amazing ideas. I love them. Miss Jen has ideas. Tandy has ideas. I have the most talented blue crew that you could ever imagine having. Stephen Fillmore, my friend, welcome back. Good to see ya. You are welcome, Miss Kawanda. No worries. All right, guys. Looks like we got 97 peeps in the house. And we have 65 likes. Let's see if, yes, a little younger for sure. Love to be able to do the things I did 20 years ago. Make sure to hit the like button, guys, so this definitely gets in the algorithm, and share it out. Miss Shireen, is that the name? Welcome. Miss Shireen, I love it. That's the problem. We're not, if it is a simulation, we don't control it. Who's doing it? That's the problem right there. Wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. What was his name? Skilo? That's funny, Jesse. Baby Ames. Is it God that's running it? That's a good point, Sky. Do you know that RH negative people are supposed to be strange? Well, guess what? My blood type is type O negative, so maybe that explains me. I don't know if I'm RH negative, but I am type O negative, so. Miss Beverly, welcome. Tandy wants to be a baller shot cause you are a shot caller, Tandy. Imagine anybody arguing with you on that one. Speaking of which, where is Miss Tomboy? I wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat. Yes, ma'am. It was a good song. 90s and 80s had the best stuff. I swear to God, they did. Gritty. If I'm about forget that, don't forget that like button, please. Love it, love it. Okay. So, where are we at? See what I'm going to start off with for this, you guys. Okay, I'm going to start with this. Has anybody ever heard of a man by the name of Jacobo Grinberg? Anybody? Probably not. Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Is it possible? Hold up here. All right, let's check the poll before we head into this craziness. 1 minute. Jacobo Grinberg is the name. You have not. Okay. So, again, real quick, let me check this poll. Do you believe that we could be living in a simulated computer program, simulation, whatever you want to call it? 58% of you said yes. 23 said nope. And 19% said, are you crazy, Dago? Probably. Thank you guys for voting on that. He is not a flying saucer. He was a doctor. He was not a flying saucer designer. Let me show you a little bit about this gentleman.
Described our world as a matrix 20 years before the Matrix movies came. Jacobo Grinberg described our world as a matrix 20 years before the Matrix movies came out. To him, it was science, not science fiction. And he was about to prove his theory when he mysteriously vanished, never to be found again. This is the mystery of Jacobo Grinberg's unsolved disappearance. Jacobo Grinberg was 12 when his mother died from a brain tumor. This sad period in his life motivated Grinberg to study the human brain. As a result, he spent his young adult years pursuing degrees in psychology and psychophysiology. Ultimately, he got a PhD and set up a lab in Mexico, researching how the brain reacts to different stimuli. Grinberg was on track to a stellar career in academia. All he had to do was stick to whatever was normal in his field. But what Jacobo was about to discover was anything but normal. And it all started with an unexpected invitation. In 1975, the scientist was invited to Los Pinos, which was like the headquarters of the Mexican president back then. Who invited Grinberg? The president's sister, Margarita López Portillo, a powerful socialite and supporter of indigenous cultures. Portillo introduced the scientist to a mysterious woman known as Doña Pachita. On paper, Pachita was a cabaret singer and a lottery ticket seller, but what made her famous was her side hustle of healing people with her paranormal procedures. Nothing about what she did appeared medical, yet people swore by her methods. She had cured blindness, made childless women fertile, and even brought people back from death's door. Traditional doctors and scientists were skeptical of Pachita, but Grinberg decided to keep an open mind, and what he saw changed his whole narrative about life itself. Doña Pachita would soon become Grinberg's mentor, and he would write about her spirit surgeries in great detail. In one of his books, Grinberg wrote that Pachita, quote, was capable of materializing and dematerializing objects, organs, and tissue. And he had a somewhat scientific explanation for these supernatural feats. Grinberg theorized that Pachita was doing something to affect the very building blocks of reality, or as he would put it, quote, the manipulation of organic structures. And with his later work, Grinberg would investigate and explain how Pachita pulled off her miracles. But before getting into Grinberg's explanation, I have to highlight Pachita's most important miracle. At different times in her life, the government went after the shamaness for the crime of, and I quote, practicing voodoo rites. But anytime that happened, Pachita would simply vanish from the face of the earth. No matter how many law enforcement officers went looking for her, and no matter where they looked, Pachita was nowhere to be found. The government, with all its might, couldn't find her. And when things cooled down, and this could take years, Pachita would reappear, looking like she hadn't aged a day. It seemed like Pachita had found a way to exit our reality altogether. And this is important because years later, Grinberg would vanish in a similar fashion, except he would never reappear. Jacobo Grinberg disappeared just before he was about to prove that reality as we know it is just a hologram that we can directly affect with our brains. Now, how did Grinberg come to this conclusion? Of course, by observing Pachita. In 1987, when Grinberg released his most popular work, titled The Shamans of Mexico. The book had 6 volumes, which Grinberg had written in a short period as if possessed by an external spirit.
Now, before we go forward with this, first off, welcome, Moto. Thanks for joining me tonight, bro. Appreciate you. Before we go forward with this, I read all this stuff, you guys. I love this kind of stuff. So I've been reading into this for a while now. I've read many documentations of people doing this. Just they're there and then they're gone. And like literally this is more widespread. Like when they went looking for her and then for him, they looked all over the place, the state, the city, the town, all over the place. There's people that have gone missing from within their own homes in some of these reports that I've read. It's hard to believe. Okay, I'm not saying I believe it because people can say whatever they want to say unless you're standing there to watch it happen. It is what it is. But there's been statements that I've read from people that have their mother. One of them was a 60-year-old woman was sitting at the dinner table. Everybody had had dinner. The rest of the family got up, went in another room. Grandma was slower. She was eating her dinner slower, chewing it slow. They came back in for something. Grandma was gone. The plate was there. Everything was there. Grandma was gone. They walked around the house looking for her, called out to her, thinking she got up, left the room, went to bed, whatever. 3 weeks later, everybody had gone to work, was doing this, doing that. They had reported her missing, all that. Come home, and Grandma was sitting on the couch watching TV. Where was Grandma? What happened to Grandma? She claims that she took a vacation. To where? You got up and disappeared from the table, and the statement was she was discombobulated when she came back, supposedly too. But when she came back, supposedly she was like trying to explain what had happened, where'd she go, where she was, things like that, and it didn't make any sense. So she tried to explain that she was in an altar. The way she explained it was the same, like where they lived at, the same house, the same family, the same thing, but it was different. Like an altered dimension or something like that, an altered reality is how she explained it. And I was like, oh, okay, Grandma. Was Grandma smoking stuff that we shouldn't be smoking? What was going on with that? But Grandma was really missing, according to these people. She was not around for 3 weeks. Very interesting. So, is that what it is? Did somebody screw up somewhere in the simulation and accidentally put Grandma in the wrong side of the simulation or something? Did that person get fired? That's my question. But and then, oh, we fixed it. We have a glitch. Let's put Grandma back where she's supposed to be. I mean, you know what I mean? It's stupid, but I mean, that's the way it sounded to me. And I was like, what the shit? So that link led to other links, of course. And there was other situations that were a lot along the lines of that. And it showed me, and I'll show you these different little things from throughout this. A woman walking down the street just stopped and froze and didn't move for like 15 minutes. She was standing like this and went into like complete total fucking freeze frame. Huh? And then people were standing there watching her. It was on a video too. I'll have to find that one and show you. It was crazy. I found a bunch of those like that, but she just stopped and didn't move. And there was nothing that stopped her. There was nothing going around her, and people just stopped and looked at her like, "What the hell is wrong with this chick?" And then she just kept on walking like nothing happened when it finally released. I was like, okay, is she a mime? What is it real? Is it fake? What is? You have to make the choice yourself, obviously, but that stuff is crazy to me. The videos of like birds flying over your head and then they just freeze. They're just floating midair. Airplanes that look like they're flying over and they're not moving. I literally actually saw something like that one time that blew my mind. Swore to God, I pulled the car over and got out of the fucking car and stood there and went, waiting to see this plane go over me. And it did eventually, but it stayed in that spot, I swear to God, for a long period of time. That was explained because I looked into it and I talked to somebody, and it has to do with where you're standing as compared to the atmospheric levels and all that kind of stuff. So, but I've seen it happen, folks. I'm not lying. And there's a lot of other situations that I've read that are like that. Is it glitch? Or yeah, that's a good one, Sluther. Is it glitch? Is it a glitch or is it heroin? I love it. CAO Kane, welcome. No, we're not covering Nancy Grace. We're doing conspiracy. This is the Cafe Conspiracy channel. So we're jumping into some weird stuff tonight, dear. Potty says he's seen that too. It's like spontaneous human combustion that trips people. I've seen that too, Jen. That's all within that. Some of that stuff I was looking at. It is wild. Okay. So just a few things I'm going to throw at you. I'm going to let any thoughts or feelings so far, Moto? Other than the fact asking if I'm crazy or not?
I don't think you're crazy. I love topics like these, like just general relativity.
Welcome back.
And it's in itself. I mean, it's wild. It's unbelievable. It's out of this world.
Yeah.
I mean, so our bodies are made up of molecules, atoms, all that
Yep.
kind of shit, right? So
All energy, basically, yes.
they all have quantum mechanical properties. So who's to say that sometimes, because everything that we're actually built of is not even close to where we are physically. Everything that keeps us together is way the fuck out in the universe somewhere. Who's to say that it didn't get interrupted by? It could be anything. Could be a magnetar. Could be some sort of strong gravitational force, or some sort of force acting through a body, just somewhere out there else in the universe. That's, for that split second, it affects these people. People, maybe they freeze, maybe they disappear for 3 weeks.
See? Absolutely. Absolutely. Good point. Good point. Things like, okay, we've had, what do you call them? I know what I was getting ready to say and I just lost it, but like when the sun and the moon line up, what the hell is that called again? Shit.
You're talking about the eclipse?
Eclipse. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, sir. Thank you. So we've had eclipses. We've had anomalies that have happened in our galaxy. Weird shit with planets moving in weird ways and gravitational reversals and all sorts of things I've read about. That it's like, what the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? But it makes you wonder, since we are completely made, everything that, like this pen, the ring on my finger, my hand, my hair, our eyeballs, the mucus in your face. Sorry, I know it's gross, but the food you eat, everything around us is based on energy and built from energy. So if you've read into any kind of thing, anything with quantum physics or anything like that, it's very interesting. So if there was some kind of a universal glitch, okay, that a massive burst of energy from something, sunspots, maybe, a planet collides with an asteroid and it sends off some kind of a intergalactic, like, boof, okay, or something stupid. I'm just trying to think of things to throw at you guys. But could it have interrupted the pull of energy that the Earth has on it, that has all of us in our spot where we're at doing what we're doing? Miss Bianca, the lovely Miss Bianca's in the house. So it makes you wonder, is all I'm saying. So these are the things that this is all based on. Saber Sleuth, welcome. Good to see you as well. And I'm not saying you have to believe this, because I don't know that I do at all. I'm just very, very interested in talking about it because it's wild. Foxy, good to see you. All matter is made of over 95% more energy of empty space. There you go. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. So you guys are playing along. I got you. We are all just dust in the wind. Everything is dust in the wind. Yes. Thank you, Kansas. Great song, by the way. So now that I have your guys' attention, let's go on with the video. And yes, Moto's on the panel. You're welcome to join me. If you'd like, Ms. Jenny, just like peas and carrots. Good to see you tonight. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me fix the link for you guys too, real quick. If you want to join me to discuss this stuff tonight, I know it's crazy, but that's why we're here tonight. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure the link is there where it's supposed to be. I thought it was, but Dago screwed up and didn't pin it like he was supposed to. There we go. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, by the way, you guys. That's why we do these things. Okay. Back to where we were. Back to Mr. Jinkobo. Come on, mouse. There we go.
The result was an intense stream of consciousness captured in over 1,200 pages. The book's main argument was that Mexico was in a state of subjugation, which had made it lose its sense of self over centuries of foreign influence. As a result, Mexico's shamanic traditions had been dismissed in favor of Western materialistic interpretation of reality. Grinberg didn't want Western science to limit his investigation, so instead of using it to dismiss the shamans he'd seen, he decided to use science to explain their work. And that's how Grinberg became one of the first academics to compare our world to a Matrix. And this was decades before the Matrix movies came out. But Grinberg didn't need the movies anyway, because he got to see up close the numerous supernatural feats of Pachita. He dedicated an entire volume of The Shamans of Mexico entirely to describing these miracles. According to the book, Pachita performed her spirit surgeries using a knife that was a family heirloom. And given that Pachita claimed to be the niece of Moctezuma and the sister of the Aztec emperor Cuauhtemoc, who knows where that knife had been? But thanks to Grinberg, we know where it was in the 70s, being waved over patients and miraculously curing blindness, repairing broken limbs, and reversing old age. Critics of Grinberg were quick to point out that Grinberg hadn't pushed back against any of the claims made by Pachita, including those related to her ancestry. He had also not shown enough skepticism around other people's reports of her miracles. According to the critics, Grinberg was more of a fan than he was a scientist. Still, he did put forth a scientific-sounding explanation for Pachita's miracles. Grinberg theorized that Pachita could enter a state of pure energy where everything was alterable, and from that state, she was able to change reality, conjure up organs out of thin air, and chase away illnesses without contact or medicine. Grinberg knew that explanation without evidence was useless, so he set out to devise experiments that would prove that we do live in a matrix that can be manipulated with altered states of consciousness. Of course, Grinberg's peers in academia had no patience for his claims. They rejected his theory almost immediately, saying that it was impossible to test. But this didn't stop Grinberg, who spent years polishing his theory, which eventually became known as the Syntergic theory. According to this theory, we live in a simulation of sorts, created by an informational matrix, where the matrix is like the source code and our consciousness is like the code reader. Experience is created when the code of the matrix is run by our consciousness. Grinberg argued that shamans like Pachita could alter their conscious state from code reader to code writer and alter reality at its source as a result.
Okay. That being said, we're going to continue through this, but I have a question for everybody. Does anybody and everybody know what the CERN computer is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Does anybody know, for those of you that know, if you know and have heard, Davey's in the house. What's up, brother? If you know and have heard of the CERN computer, put a 1 in the chat for me real quick. If you don't, I will explain it here shortly. Because part of the reason why I'm asking this is interesting. It's going to be an experiment for us, okay? I do believe 3 days ago, they shut down the CERN computer. I believe. I think it was 3 days. We'll look into it for sure. Okay? They shut it down. Now, there is a theory out here that is what is running us, is the CERN computer. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying it's even realistic, okay? All I'm saying is that it's a theory that is what is running all of this, and that they shut it down 3 days ago, and it's running on backup right now, okay? Whatever you want to call it. So what I'm saying, it's both, I think, Eddie, the particle collider, computer, all that fun stuff. It's a combination of things. So if they shut this thing off, you know what happens when you turn your computer off? The programs that you're running, they cease. They shut down. It goes black. if that's true and it's running what the reality that we're living in, things should start to go wrong. Things should start to glitch if this is true. Weird things should start to happen, which people have already said things are happening. I don't think that that is the deal. This is my opinion. Again, this is Cafe Conspiracy. So we're going to look at that along with this here shortly. So go ahead. Go ahead, Moto.
Do you know what Hawking's radiation is?
Say that again. It broke up.
Do you know what Hawking's radiation is?
I've heard that before, but I don't know the actual definition of it.
So essentially what Hawking's radiation is, it's the radiation that's emitted from a black hole. Okay, after it swallows a star or anything like that,
Yeah.
some of that energy is re-released. And so what Hawking believed is that anything that was swallowed by a black hole gets radiated out, and what we perceive to be our reality
Right.
is nothing but just something
Recycled.
that's being replayed from the past. So
Yeah.
technically what he's saying is we believe that we're acting out a life that's actually happened eons, who knows how many millions, billions of years ago.
Like a residual, almost like what you would see in a residual haunting per se.
It's more like a projector. We're living on the projector screen.
Right. Yeah. Gotcha.
And the image that's being projected in front is we're projected by an image that's being spit out by this Hawking radiation.
Right. I have heard of that. I didn't know that's what it was called. So that would be the Stephen Hawking's radiation theory. I do remember hearing that. Yeah. That's an interesting point, folks. So what if that's true? What if we're just being recycled again and again over a period of thousands of years or hundreds of years or whatever it is? It just kind of like what a time machine would do is you just put the quarter in and you don't know where you're heading, but you just pop up somewhere else. And here we are. Interesting. That could be, yes, Tandy, that could be why you feel like doo-doo right now. Do we have free will? That's an interesting point, Eddie said. Very interesting. So, like reincarnation, Jesse, kind of, in a sense, yeah. Actually, yeah. It's a good point. Good stuff. So you guys are into this. I love it. I love it. On we go.
I have to admit that this claim is quite out there, but it does have some internal logic. And to prove at least a part of his theory, Grinberg devised an experiment which involved two participants with electrodes attached to their heads attempting to communicate with each other telepathically. After the participants spent some time meditating with the goal of connecting with each other, they were separated. One was sent to a different room, and the other was bombarded with sounds and flashes. In nearly 25% of the cases, the brainwave activity of both participants revealed simultaneous reactions. Apparently, both participants' brains were reacting to the sounds and flashes that only one of the participants was experiencing. In other words, their brains were telepathically entangled for a short while. This was Grinberg's proof of the universal field connecting all human minds, a grand background connection that forms, the matrix. Grinberg isn't the first to put forward such a theory, however. Theoretical physicist John Wheeler, who is most famous for inventing the term black hole, heard of that? Put forward the participatory anthropic principle, which posits that the universe is created by its observers. He argued that every aspect of the universe, from atoms all the way to the space-time continuum, derives its existence from information that would be worthless without an observer. Remember, 99.99% of the universe is empty space. Less than 0.001% is matter. And matter is made up of atoms, and 99.99% of each atom is empty space. The closer you look, the more empty space you find. So it isn't a reach to say that reality itself is made up of information. In Jacobo's time, such theories weren't taken too seriously, though. But more recently, the simulation hypothesis has gained momentum, and many intellectual heavyweights are open to the idea that we live in a simulation. Frank Tipler was the first to really push this idea back in 1994. Nick Bostrom pushed it into the mainstream in 2001. But back in the 1980s, when Jacobo was trying to make a case for the informational matrix, he was met with ridicule, criticism, and ostracization. He was cornered into the fringes of academia. But while the uptight academics were turning their backs on him, Jacobo found interest from an unexpected party, the CIA. Back then, the CIA was investigating psychic phenomena, remote viewing, and telepathy. Jacobo's work was among the materials studied by the agency for its Stargate project. Under this project, the agency tried to find ways to use mind reading, remote viewing, and psychic warfare for national and security purposes. Yeah, you heard me right. Now, if such phenomena didn't exist, the project would be shut down within a year or two, right? But the Stargate project went on for nearly 2 decades, during which the agency tested different ways to induce out-of-body experiences. But all of this was happening in secrecy, of course. So the outside world did not know how.
Okay, I'll stop right there too, because of the point that he's making. And potty, this is already on the agenda, my friend. Good. I'm glad you called it out though, because that tells me you're on the same track that we are. He did say national security. So you've heard of out of body experiences. You've heard of remote viewing. You've heard of all that kind of stuff where people say that, they can leave their bodies, say per se, they go to sleep. They can leave their bodies and then see themselves floating over themselves and go different places. Okay. Things like that. And they've attributed it to this thing here because we're in a program and you're getting moved around within the program and I'm just giving you layman's terms for this. Okay. It has to do with quantum physics and quantum relativity and all that kind of stuff. I think if that were what the case is, where people are having these experiences where they're saying they're leaving their bodies and they can go visit other places while they're sleeping. It's relating to, yes, lucid dreaming and all of that stuff. That's a great point, Sluther. Do we leave our bodies when we sleep? When we dream? When we're laying there sleeping and we're dreaming is part of it. Is it something that's going on in our mind, or are we actually going to where the dream is? You see what I'm saying? That's part of this as well. It's another reason for this, or that this explains another reason for that, I should say. Well, somehow I'm with you. I get it. So if that's the case, if that's what an actual dream is based on, is you're actually leaving where you're laying, sleeping, and when you wake up, you jump back in. Because we realize, say for instance, you're having a nightmare and it's lucid. You don't want to be in the nightmare anymore. You tell yourself that and you wake up. You jump back in. Just saying. Accomplished day welcome. Interesting stuff, Davey. So if that's what this is that the program per se, the way they explain it. I'm sorry, Tandy. don't do that, Tandy. I love her. She's so awesome. But what I'm saying though is, like, if it's based off of this theory, is it, they're saying that we're living in a simulated, basically a computer program. Is it something that's happening within the programming? Is that what that is? That you're jumping program to program, place to place because of the programming? That's how it would make sense if you think about it. It's just the basics of it are strange. And the only reason why it's weird to us, think about this too, folks. The reason why any of this is weird to us is because we don't understand it. Because if we were born into this and we knew this when we were born and raised through this the whole time, knowing that we were a program in a computer system, it would be no big deal. It's just part of life. That's what our life is. But because it's different, it's weird, it's strange, and we don't know it, that's why it's so weird to everybody, just like anything else in life. So, just saying, I'm not trying to get philosophical on you all, but I do read a lot of this stuff, so bear with me, please. Anyway, on we go.
How highly the CIA regarded Grinberg's work, and that's why traditional academics continued to dismiss him. Grinberg expected as much, actually, so he wasn't discouraged by the predictable lack of acceptance. All new theories started off this way, and all Grinberg had to do was devise an experiment that would shut up the naysayers once and for all.
How does that theory explain miracles? Well, that's a great question, Saber. Is it that somebody heard you ask for the miracle that was asked for? That it's seen that it's something that's needed, so it's programmed into it. I'm not saying this is something I believe, you guys, because I truly don't. It's just it's a conspiracy thing that a lot of people are into that they're trying to make it seem like is what it is. So that's why we're talking about it. But is that what it is? Is that it's seen by the programmer that this needs to happen, so that's where the miracle comes from. Just saying. Interesting, isn't it? Or we can go by the basis of if you have a religious belief or anything like that, if you believe in miracles, you pray and then it happens. Well, what is it? Is it that you're praying and the miracle comes from praying, or is it because the person that's doing the programming, because we're self-learners, here's what we're saying and they make it happen? Take it how you will. Either way, it's not wrong because it's your thought.
The greatest criticism of Grinberg's simultaneous meditation experiments was that they were easy to fake. If both participants were exposed to simultaneous light flashes, their brain activity would look similar. Grinberg could then claim that only one of the participants was exposed to the flashes and make it look like, both their brains were telepathically linked.
So how many people in here? You just made a point, Saber. A lot of us have all played video games. Okay? We control what happens in the video game. If you're playing like a first person video game or something like that, you control everything that goes on. And then when you don't, that thing stops moving, stops doing things, okay? That's another way that this can be looked at, if you think about it, to get it to go through your mind in a way that's understandable, which is wild. Oh, they definitely had many of these E-Potty. One of my favorite shows ever. So another thought, and I had another thought I was going to tell you, but I lost it. So I'll stop shutting this down.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if Grinberg wanted to prove that all humans are connected through this universal neuronal field, he would need to do more than show EEG charts of two people who had participated in one of his studies behind closed doors. So he set out to shut up the skeptics with an experiment that would be impossible to fake. During what turned out to be his final days, the scientist told his daughter Astusha that he was going to Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, to participate in a series of meditations. Now, it's said that he wanted to replicate his experiment on a large scale by testing the brain activity of meditators on two separate continents. Such an experiment would be harder to debunk and would involve multiple observers, and it would finally prove Jacobo's theory. But that experiment never happened. On December 8th, 1994, Jacobo Grinberg vanished without a trace. No goodbyes, no final wishes. Initially, there were no attempts to find him because it was hard to tell if he was missing or wanted to be left alone. But after 4 days, his siblings got suspicious when he didn't show up to his own birthday party. Right? Grinberg was reported missing, and local media tried to get the word out regarding.
So he was about to blow the whistle on what he believed what this was. Was that seen as dangerous, so they yanked him out? Think about
the scientist's disappearance. If he was in Mexico, someone was bound to run into him. But since Grinberg had mentioned going to Kathmandu, he could be outside the country. Something horrible could have happened to him. Fortunately, Grinberg's daughter Estusha was a lead singer in the band Heaven and Earth, which meant that she could get on TV. And get on TV she did when she appeared on an American channel's broadcast to offer a cash reward for any news of her missing father. The phone began to ring. Call after call with claims of sightings, but pretty much all of them would crumble under scrutiny. The callers wouldn't be able to describe Grinberg or would get details like his height completely wrong. The person vetting the telephone tips was Clemente Padilla, a Mexican police officer who had left no case unsolved. Before Padilla, caseworkers seemed to be playing hot potato with Grinberg's file, passing it around with no one ready to put in the work. But Padilla was more than ready, and he started by checking with the country's passport control. That's when he learned that there was no record of the scientists even leaving Mexico. Padilla then looked for testimonies from Kathmandu and realized that not even a single tip came from Nepal. So he hadn't left Mexico, and no one had seen him in Kathmandu. That would narrow the scope of Padilla's investigation.
It's funny you brought that up, Agape, because that's another name we're looking at tonight. So thank you for throwing it out there.
Since Grinberg didn't take a plane out of Mexico, Padilla would look at testimonies from Mexico and its 3 neighboring countries that are road accessible. And that's how he arrived at the only reliable sighting reported in this entire case. A woman told Padilla that she was walking her dog in a neighborhood in Boulder, Colorado, when she saw a man who looked like Grinberg. Padilla asked her how she knew what Grinberg looked like, to which she replied that she was a reader of Scientific American and had seen the scientist's picture in one of the issues. Then she told Padilla something he didn't expect. Apparently, Grinberg was being followed by 2 men in suits. He seemed to know that he was being followed and didn't try to evade them. Were they protecting him, or were they making sure he didn't contact anyone? Above all, who were these men? Well, Padilla knew how to find the answers. Just contact the best intelligence agency on the continent. So, using his position and connections, Padilla got on the line with a CIA agent. To his surprise, the agent knew the men he was talking about. He identified them as Rick Howard and Marina Velasco. The agent knew Howard and Velasco because both of them were his colleagues. Padilla felt like he'd cracked the case. The man reported to resemble Grinberg was being shadowed by CIA agents. It was pretty clear what was going on. All Padilla had to do was get the Mexican government to request information from the US. But when Padilla landed in Mexico, he knew things weren't right. Officials were waiting for him with a uniform expression that betrayed displeasure. Padilla was taken off the case without a satisfying explanation after that, and frustrated with how none of his findings were used by the subsequent caseworkers, Padilla resigned from his job altogether. Soon after, the PGR lost Grinberg's file and stopped trying to look for him. To this day, the disappearance of Jacobo Grinberg is the only case Padilla hasn't been able to solve. For a while, Jacobo's second wife, Teresa, was the prime suspect. Grinberg had left voicemails for one of his siblings complaining about how Teresa was torturing him mentally. Teresa, it turned out, was jealous and would often fight with the scientist, who was getting all sorts of attention for his groundbreaking work. She was bipolar and had married Grinberg without informing her own family. This made Grinberg's close...
That's an interesting point, Saber. I'm glad you brought this up, too. I don't understand how a program which is mathematical and operates in a mechanical, we'll say, in a machine, in a mechanical aspect, can interact and embed into an organic world. Well, what is an organic world? Maybe this is what you believe to be an organic world, maybe that is what the program is, Saber. You see what I'm saying? We know it as organic because that's all we know.
Yeah, but
Think,
isn't RNA and DNA, isn't that a code?
say that again.
Isn't RNA and DNA, isn't that a code?
They're all codes. Yes, it's a variation of a code. Very good point, sir. So there again, think about that for a minute. What we believe to be organic might just be, once again, another code, folks. Just saying.
Circle very skeptical of his new wife. His brothers, Astucia, Aunt Hilda, and even his first wife all thought that Teresa was planted by those who wanted to control Grinberg. Sort of like a secret agent working for God knows who. Many in Grinberg's inner circle doubted that Teresa was even her real name. Her academic credentials seemed to be fake as well, and it looked like Grinberg was beginning to catch on because for the last few months, he didn't sleep at home. Instead, he chose the discomfort of sleeping in his car. Was Grinberg trying to stay away from Teresa? Well, we won't know, will we? Because exactly 1 year after the scientist's disappearance, Teresa vanished as well. It's been over 29 years since Grinberg vanished, and to this day, the case of his disappearance remains unsolved. The nature of Jacobo's work, followed by his mysterious disappearance, has fascinated people, especially those who seek esoteric knowledge. To them, the scientist's disappearance is a clear sign of a cover-up. After all, the CIA was interested in his work. The agency's declassified documents mention Grinberg's name and work, and its Stargate project looked into consciousness, remote influence, and psychic phenomena. Perhaps Grinberg's plan to visit Nepal didn't sit right with the agency. The only problem with this theory is that the agency wouldn't have much to gain from making the scientist disappear. If anything, the mystery would further spread his ideas. It would be far more practical to sabotage Grinberg's international meditation experiment and make him look crazy. The only angle that holds up to logical scrutiny is that Grinberg went into a protection program offered by the CIA. But that would be out of character for someone who was against Western materialist influence. Grinberg wanted people to know the truth, and going into hiding with the help of the CIA doesn't seem like the best way to make that happen now, does it? The second theory is similar to the CIA theory, but instead of the CIA, it's the Mexican government that's blamed for Jacobo's disappearance. The biggest thing this theory has going for it is the fact that Padilla was removed from the case by the Mexican government. Grinberg was introduced to Donna Pachita by, remember, the president's sister, and Pachita herself had a political past. In her youth, she fought with Pancho Villa in the Mexican Revolution. She was wanted by the government at different points in her life. So politics was at play since the very beginning. And since the Mexican government back then was cautious of people promoting voodoo and witchcraft, it might have mistaken Grinberg as a negative influence. The obvious problem with this...
Well, I wasn't going to say this yet, but Foxy brought it up. But if you guys remember the first episode of the Cafe Conspiracy show that we put out, I covered the missing and deceased scientist. I don't know what happened to Moto. He fell out the window, I guess. He's not coming back yet. I hope he does. So the first episode I covered was the missing and deceased scientist, remember? And there was some strange things going on behind them. They were all interconnected and different things. So what if it has something to do with this, you guys? Think on that for a little bit. But Foxy brought it up. I was going to talk on that a little bit later, but Foxy brought it up. The scariest thing truly about these missing scientists is that there are not many people alive on Earth that can even be these type of scientists. Worldwide, at the most 500. Very good point. Like I said, I was going to bring that up later as that what if this relates to, what if them missing and being found deceased has to do with this possibly? Pooh Bear, welcome. I'll have to rewatch because I just tuned in. I definitely think we're going from 3D to 5D. I can feel the time shifts. Well, what if we're slowly being introduced to reality, folks? Or what is reality? 5G and all that interesting new stuff. What is it? What's coming from this? Is all I'm saying. Jen, are you leaving us? Thank you, Jen, for being here. We appreciate you very much. Welcome, Wave. Wave. Senior's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Micro Blue, great to see you. On we go.
His theory is that the government of Mexico isn't the same anymore. The power has changed hands a couple of times since the scientist's disappearance, yet no whistleblower has come forward with as much as an accusation of abduction or forced disappearance. That, therefore, brings us to the third theory, that the scientist simply wanted to retire from public life. Given that his message went farther than it ever could in his presence, Jacobo's vanishing act seems to have killed two birds with one stone. For starters, he got his privacy back. But more importantly, his ideas spread alongside the story of his disappearance. Jacobo no longer needed to prove his ideas because of the myth of his disappearance. You know what I mean?
That's very interesting, Amethyst. Thanks for joining us tonight. I've been through testing EEGs while in a psychic session and precondition cards. Many tests since I was a child. Mind you, I was born on an Air Force base and lived in Montana until 13, born in 1969. Interesting, Amethyst. And Davy's in the house with us tonight. Can you hear me, Davy? You're muted, brother. And he's gone. See? Because we're talking about this, the programming doesn't want to work, so we keep losing people that are popping up here. I'm telling you guys, something's going on. Something's going on. Anyway, I'll let this finish up.
I mean, if people thought he was taken by government agencies, then his ideas might have some merit, right? This theory requires fewer conspirators, so it's quite plausible. But to believe it, we have to...
Can you hear me? Try again, bud. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. Welcome back,
right,
brother. Good to see you tonight.
Good to see y'all. I'll mute until I have something to say. Cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Think of Grinberg as an extremely selfish man who would leave his own family hanging. And that's not really the picture you get from what his friends and family have to say about him. It really doesn't look like Grinberg would ditch his own daughter and siblings for Teresa. Unless Teresa made him disappear. That's a theory as well. One that even Officer Padilla considered. According to this theory, Teresa may have done something to Grinberg, but not for his money. She did cash a check for $1,000 after his disappearance, but that's not nearly enough money to shoot and bury your spouse for. The Teresa theory is actually far more ominous, as she seemed to be making regular calls from various locations to a night watchman at a school. That watchman had a paramilitary background. Teresa was also seen multiple times with a blonde woman. Not a big deal on its own, but when she visited one of her homes to pick up her dog, clothes, and some other stuff, the blonde woman was still with her. That made it look like she was Teresa's handler or something. It didn't help that she gave conflicting reports to different people either. She told the watchman at one of her homes to not come back to work since her husband had flown to another city within Mexico. But just a few days after that, she told Grinberg's stepmother that she was flying to Nepal with the scientist. And months later, she was spotted alone on a beach in Tijuana, which is in Mexico, obviously, not Nepal. And then in December 1995, she vanished as well, never to be heard from again. And finally, the wildest theory is that he left the Matrix. Many cite Pachita's multiple disappearances that happened whenever the government was after her. She had plenty of followers ready to shelter her, but what if she was hiding outside of our reality? And what if she taught Jacobo how to pull it off in case someone was after him? To believe this theory, you have to accept that we live in a matrix and that Pachita was somehow capable of departing from it. I, for one, am not ready to believe that yet, if for no other reason than because Pachita sounds kind of like a suspicious figure. She was famous enough to have celebrities at her doorstep. One of her admirers was jazz legend Charles Mingus, who went to see her because of his ALS diagnosis. He was 54 at the time and couldn't play double bass anymore. So he received spiritual surgery from Pachita, who had him lay face down on a bed and used a knife to perform a ritualistic procedure. After it was over, Mingus swore that he'd been cured, as he remarked, and I quote, "She knows how to cut, just between the pores, from God to
And
Pachita."
had good math.
Mingus was bandaged.
What'd you say, brother?
I said, and he probably had some good rugs. Is probably my thought.
That's another great point. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're almost at the end of this, and we're gonna have a little bit of a discussion before I show you the next thing.
And left satisfied. His wife, Sue Graham, was skeptical and decided to look under the bandage while the musician was taking a nap. There was no blood or cut under the bandage. She never told Mingus about this and kept changing his bandages. A few months later, Mingus died from a heart attack brought about by the disease. The only power Pachita seemed to have was the ability to make people believe her. But the claim that she could exit reality and taught Jacobo to do the same is a fascinating theory that isn't backed by evidence. Just like Jacobo's work, actually, much of which vanished with him. There was an attempt to replicate the meditation experiments that Jacobo conducted, but the results were far from what he got. No one has been able to replicate Jacobo's experiments, and so his theory remains unproven by modern scientific standards. If there is any evidence of us living in a hologram, scientists these days haven't been able to find it. But in possibly the most poetic twist, Jacobo's disappearance serves as a reminder that just because you can't find something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
That's a good point.
There's a little intro into this. We're gonna start there and going forward. So let me give you guys a couple thoughts here real quick. So has everybody in here, including you, Davey, heard of the missing 411?
Definitely. David Politis? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Attribute that to what we're talking about tonight. Okay. The missing 401, these people just disappear at sometimes in thin air. They'll be walking on a trail in a mountain somewhere. Somebody turns around, they're gone. It's happened, I don't know how many times. Okay. And these people are not found ever. No bones, no nothing. So it makes you wonder, were they just pulled out of the program? And I'm only talking like this, guys, to go along with what we're saying. So go ahead, bud.
Well, I think David Politis had done so much good work with 411 so many years before the scientists went missing. Now it's just like putting a template already onto a map that we have. I mean, like if you look, have you seen the maps of the Bigfoot
absolutely.
sightings crossed with the UFO and paranormal sightings crossed with the missing 411?
Yep, absolutely. All of it, every bit of it. But if you take everything Davey, for instance,
robots.
You just brought up Bigfoot, you brought up aliens, you brought up this, all of these things. What if these are just parts of the program?
Oh, I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now? Yes,
No, I just hear robot sex. Sorry. Hey, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can hear you now a little bit.
Okay. So what if all of that stuff
Testes,
is all
testes.
part of the programming? Bigfoot and all of that other stuff. Oh, it looks like you lost internet connection, Davey. Yeah, he dropped down. I don't know what's going on. He must have bad service. Okay. Come on back, Davey, if you can hear me. But yeah, that's the point. So all these people are seeing Bigfoot, but nobody can catch one. Nobody can find them. They have to come out of somewhere. UFOs. Okay. And here's another one that I was looking at too when I was looking into this stuff. Ghosts. What if the Matrix itself, per se, as I'm going to call it, okay, if it's like a program. There you go. Can you hear me now?
I can. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. It happens. Internet stuff happens all the time. So if the like Bigfoot, as I was saying, Bigfoot, UFOs, and all these strange occurrences that people can't quite explain. Nobody has ever caught a Bigfoot. We just people seeing them.
Right.
The UFOs, they pop in and out of the sky. They don't come from anywhere or go anywhere. They just appear in a lot of senses. So makes you wonder if these are things or if this is the basis. We're going to go with this basis all night with everything we talk about. The basis of a programming situation per se. What if these are all part of the program?
Yeah.
They're throwing things in and out of it. Yes, Hangman. Oh, you're frozen, Davey. There you go. Now you're moving again. Okay. So it would be an interesting situation. David Politas with the 411. We've had planes that have disappeared in the middle of nowhere, never to be seen again. The Bermuda Triangle situations. All of these things. You know what I mean? All of these things, if you attribute it, like, okay, the one thing that I read about this was like people that are like ghosts. Something touches you or you think you see something or something happens. Is it possible that it's like a programming glitch where one program is overlaying another one? You know what I'm saying? All of these things have been put into this mix and it makes it make some kind of sense if it's a real situation. You know what I'm saying? Now that you brought it up, yeah, right. That's what I mean. Everything that we deal with, it's interesting. I'm not saying any of this is real, folks. Again, I don't believe this. But I'm definitely yes, the Malaysian flight, thank you. But I wanna talk about it. End of story. Alright. I know Davey must be having connection issues tonight. Mrs. Hangman's in the house because they don't want us to see them. Good point. Maybe because if we were to see them, we may realize something. Think about that. No problem, Davey. So let me show you something else here. One minute, guys. Trying to get this to load up so I can show it to you. I'm going to show you some examples of things that I've seen, for instance, that could make this make a little bit of sense. And then we're going to jump into a little bit more of the philosophical side to it. Hold on here. All right. By the way, if you're gonna upload something to have, make sure you label it right so you don't make a mistake and look for something else. Sorry, guys. All right. Jilly Bean. Good to see you, Miss Jilly Bean. Are you leaving us, Michelle? Go watch your soccer. I get it. Hopefully, I'll have all you guys back when this stupid soccer thing's over. I can't watch it on TV. It drives me nuts. I got to be able to watch it live. All right, let's check this out.
I've ever covered before on my channel. And I mean, this one gives me the chills. This is a thermal camera that you can play in front of at a children's museum, meaning you can move your body around and it shows the warmth of your body and your extremities. In this video, something else is discovered. That's right. That's the outline of what looks like a
Welcome back, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
You're in the house now. I got you. Cool. Welcome back. Good to have you here. All right, so watch some of these things, guys, and tell me what you think.
child lying on the floor. But as you can see in this video, there is no child. As if this wasn't already creepy enough, its color is dark blue, which in front of a thermal camera means it gives off 0 heat, as in it's ice cold. Talk about horrifying. This glitch right here is so strange. A man was trying his best to get some pictures of some birds flying overhead. But in this particular image, there's a strange silhouette or an outline in front of one of the birds. So putting on my logical thinking brain, when I look at this, I think maybe it's a strange artifacting as a result of the birds in motion, but I've never seen anything like this before, ever. It's almost like somehow the future motion of that bird is on display, as if that silhouette is what happened a second after this photo was taken. What do you think? While it might be easy to assume that this person is trapped inside of a never-ending CD, it's actually a series of mirrors aligned perfectly to create this long-running visual loop. Here's a random washing machine going out for a spin. Apparently the person that recorded this video never did find out what was going on, so unfortunately, I can't tell you either. This strange video was recorded during an airplane flight, where clouds seemingly entered the cabin. This
Crazy.
Strange. Does anyone have any idea what's going on here? This guy
Spiders, I would think.
a massive rainbow.
So that one with the airplane, because we all
Yeah, what was
know
that?
when you're flying in a plane, you're up in the clouds, and it looks as though the clouds inside the cabin of the plane. You know what I mean?
Huh.
That's wild.
That
Could
was
you
for
imagine-
have you ever seen that on a flight? I haven't.
No, I've never seen that
I
happen. ever
could
in
not
my
even
life.
fucking imagine, dude. I would have lost my shit.
I
like-
would force them to land the plane and let me off. Truly,
You know what that-
honestly.
You know what that reminds me of? Since it's in Cafe Conspiracy. How about that Angela Gomez, that one chick who was like, "That's not human."
Yes, the one that was on the plane. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet she saw some shapeshifting. That's my thought.
It makes you wonder, and there's been more things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Robbie Williams, the singer, Australian singer, he actually recently had an interview where he talked about 3 instances. One where he was sleeping with someone who he turned around and he saw a reptilian. He said straight up reptilian face. Another was, 100% same. This is the exact same description that Billy Corgan gave like 2 or 3 times too.
Yeah, I saw that interview with Robbie Williams, which I thought was insane. And there's been
Same. Yeah. Really liked him.
multiple people have given interactions that are every one of them's identical the way they describe it. So yeah.
Have you heard the rumor because I was looking on Reddit, of course you hear something, I guess gotta know. And the person who Billy Corgan apparently saw, do you know who it is?
No,
Allegedly, Tia Tequila.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Now he hasn't come out and agreed to that, but from everything that I've every deep dive that I've done, and I've gone through so many 4chan, Reddit, fucking nerd rabbit holes, and yeah, that's a consensus because they were going around at the same time, and he did admit that it was the same person twice.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Very wild.
No idea who Robbie Williams is, and he said he swore he will not let anyone know. But I really want to know now too.
Oh, of course. Very interesting stuff, guys. Very interesting. So thank you guys for being here with us tonight. I hope you guys are getting something out of this for sure. And thanks, Davey, for jumping up here with us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is cool. I love this shit.
Absolutely.
Streaking across the sky in a straight line at night. What?
What is this? I'm so like, bro.
You know, St. Pete did that.
What is this?
We the governor banned rainbow sidewalks because we had a bunch of crosswalks in St. Pete that were all rainbow colored because we were hippies there. And so when the governor DeSatan banned them, and so St. Pete did that. I think that's in St. Pete. It's got to be because it looks exactly like they on Central Avenue near one of like the big towers. They sent this huge beam rainbow that sent all the way down fucking Central Avenue, like the entire length of St. Pete. It's pretty great.
That's pretty wild. Love it. Truly and honestly.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
Wasn't there a guy who was talking? Yes, that's
Good old Jerry. Oh my God. I got
Gerald the Dolphin. That's
Gerald the Dolphin. I got some TikToks and some a couple of YouTube clips back in the day from that I had a kick out of. That was a great little story.
Kim ran that on her channel and lost her mind laughing. It was hilarious.
Me too.
I actually am writing a song about Gerald.
I that's great. I did a little bit about how next time someone sees him, let me know because Jerry owes me for a whole bunch of condos he had me build, and he still owes me back money on and shit like that. Yeah,
that's hilarious. I love it. That is great. Love it.
This is the rawest shit I've ever seen in my life. Is it real? Like, what is this?
Definitely. That's directed energy weapons you're talking about right there.
Strange ones where the shadow is cast upwards onto the sky instead of downwards towards the earth.
Yeah, how the fuck does that happen?
Today, I'd like to introduce the sponsor of today's video, the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. Stop and think about that. Think about the astronomical odds of being struck by lightning once, let alone twice or 3 times. Well, over his lifetime, he was struck by lightning 3 times, and then again, a 4th time. And that 4th time actually took his life. And as if this strange story wasn't weird enough, reality or the simulation was still not finished with him. This is his grave. And yes, it's shattered by a lightning strike. He was actually struck again for a 5th time.
Damn.
In total, Walter Summerford was struck by lightning every 6 years from between 1918 and 1936.
Every 6 years, folks.
That's crazy.
That is wild. Absolutely wild.
Got metal in his veins. He should stop eating mercury. That's what I would probably say. Probably stop.
Too much fish. I guess there
has to be.
Makes perfect sense.
Dude, that's nuts.
That's not a glitch.
All right, I agree.
In the Matrix, I don't know what is. How about a cloud over a mountain that refuses to leave its placement?
Lenticular. Those freak me the fuck out.
I agree.
Or streaming water.
That's cool.
Waves of water mysteriously disappearing into black sand.
Well, that's an eye fuck.
Sometimes humans react identically in every motion. Sometimes these are so strange you have to ask if the footage is being played backwards. What about finding a near identical copy of yourself at a wedding? It's not a bug, it's a feature. What about a plane?
This is the one, and I know this is it's been explained to me how this can happen. This happened to me. I was driving, on 76 in Ohio, heading towards Akron Canton Regional Airport. So there were planes everywhere. Okay, this one was coming in for a landing. It was low like this. And I'm telling you, if you watch this plane, I swear to Christ, you guys, the plane I was watching did the same thing. What it is, from the way it was explained to me, is it's an optical illusion because of the atmospheric gases, the way it looks when you look at it. If it's just in the right position, it looks like it's not moving. Or it's wild, but I literally pulled my car over and got out and looked at it for a while to make sure I wasn't going insane. But
I would too.
Watch this.
or two.
Yeah, wow.
Sometimes
So
He's
it
not
has to be
moving.
something in the speed differential relative to the ground to the plane, and interesting.
Yeah, it
Okay,
all
so-
has to line up exactly the right way all at the
Yeah.
same time.
That has to be a really interesting like set of conditions. That reminds me of, have you seen the videos of like the branches that are floating in like the midair?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I like, some people have said tiny spider webs, which I could understand, but I wonder if that is more to do with it. Some sort of
It makes you wonder, at least
really
wonder.
does. Yeah.
Definitely. There's a lot of these types of things that are all over the world that happen regularly where people say how and why. Is it gravity? Is it this? Is it that? And they're calling it out saying these are glitches in our matrix.
Well, and
Excuse me.
we're learning now that gravity can be manufactured. So
Bingo.
it has to happen naturally too. Is that what's happening? Some sort of natural anti-gravitic bubble around things or something?
Well, that there again takes us back to the other theory. There's a name I can't think of it right now, that we're basically living inside a dome. Okay. When I covered the Antarctica stuff,
Yeah.
the ice wall and all that, that's another theory that we're living inside a bubble, folks. Basically, in a
I am
dome.
by no means, and I love that. I'm glad you brought this up. I'm by no means a flat earther before I say this. However, there are
Right.
certain things that I've seen recently, including the Oliver Tree documentary and other things about Antarctica specifically, that really make me fucking wonder what
Yeah.
is like really, 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 going on. Because
Well, right. Why has nobody made it over that ice wall?
why is the only person that I've heard made it over the ice wall? Apparently never happened because it wasn't a sanctioned diary from a famous war hero. Like
Yeah.
that's the only
Yes.
only thing that I've heard,
That is a fact. That is a fact. Yes, sir.
and that's
Logan.
a crazy fucking story. You've heard it. It's as hard of a story to take as it is to try and like.
Oh, Admiral Byrd. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything, all of that. And then the other part of his story was that he goes into the center of the earth and it's a whole other world down inside the middle of the planet. So
With UFOs and a whole sun and an ecosystem and diversity of life,
Completely.
and
yeah, exactly. So is it again, does that relate to a simulated program, or is it, that's the problem, folks. Nobody yet, like, yes, Saber, like a big snow globe, 100%. It makes you wonder.
so
Makes you wonder.
when I think about these things and my brain's about to go mush, which I do love when it does it, but right before I do, I like to think maybe it's just portals. Maybe portals and dimensions. I don't know.
Well,
rest
that's
is-
kind of the basis behind it, Davey, is that, like, for instance,
Doesn't make it any easier.
that the programs, if the way it's been, I've read and watched different videos on this too, like that there's different versions of these programs and these simulations that overlap from time to time, which is where
Yeah.
the glitching can come from. The
That would make
Mandela
sense.
effect and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Which is so Fringe. Did you see Fringe, by the way, Dago?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Isn't that Fringe when the worlds start to bridge together? Like,
Yes, they start to overlap. Exactly. Same with
and they
like
bleed through.
quantum leap and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Oh my God. Quantum Leap was amazing. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
very good stuff. Very good stuff. It is, and that's the thing, folks. Think about something. Think about where we're at right now in life, okay? Why was none of this stuff ever relative 35, 40 years ago? But now it is.
Yeah. What
You know what I mean? Like,
100%. I had a joke I was working on the other day, and it was when I was a little kid, I was still talking about this exact same shit. But for somehow in some way, in 40 years, it went from get that kid a straitjacket to get him on a podcast. And like
yes.
it hasn't been 40 years. The change has been 10. Let's be honest. It's been a quick change. Maybe
very,
5.
Very quickly. Like, okay, let's go back
Maybe 5.
to where we can remember things being recorded. I'll just go back to early 1900. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Go from that to the 50s and see it was slow.
And then
And then we hit, let's go to the 80s, Davey. We hit the 80s and then
I don't have no
boom,
cocaine, but yeah.
boom. Of course, yeah. But everything jumped from the 80s to now, like within days, it feels like.
Yeah.
That's how it used to progress. Okay. It's crazy. It is crazy. Yes, there you go. Like we found an algorithm, folks.
Yeah. Well, so my mom has been opening her mind to a lot of these things I've been talking to for a long time, partially because she's hearing it from other outside sources and stuff. And she watched Disclosure Day with me, and it didn't make sense to her, to be honest. Until I gave her like a play by play,
Uh-huh.
and then it was like, oh, I get why you had an experience or whatever, and which I've been talking to with quite a few people. There seems to be an activation in some people with that movie, and it seems like it's not all experiencers, but it seems like some experiencers, if you've been ostracized, ridiculed, and exiled because of some of these things, it seems to affect you in a very visceral way. It definitely did for me.
I can
Almost
agree.
like a soft vindication, like a not
Kinda-
wanting to come out and officially say it, but like, yeah, we're my bad. You were right. We knew it all along, but we didn't.
People are easing into it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I get it.
yeah,
I feel like I need to go back and rewatch The Matrix.
For
I'm
sure.
telling you, if you, let me tell you something too, Pooh. It's funny you said that.
Yep.
When Matrix first came out, we all watched it and everybody was like, "Wow, this is cool! Wow, wild shit!" It makes you think. Watching it now as compared to 25 years ago, whenever it was,
110%. Oh my god.
completely different. It's completely different.
How about this?
Absolutely.
When you guys were talking earlier, base reality kept jumping out to me, and every time I see the Matrix, my first thought is base reality. Them jumping out of the pods or whatever, and that scene alone was a mind fuck back then. But now it's almost
Yeah.
like it's like an instruction manual.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Which
Here's
is
the handbook,
freaking
folks. This is how you're supposed to live your life. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Pooh said, the veil is lifting. Very interesting.
Bill has definitely been lifting and thinning.
Daniel
Yeah.
Daniel Dennett is all about this. He's done a whole thing on this. He passed away, but he's done a lot of talking and writing and all that about all of this stuff, guys. Daniel Dennett, look him up. I'm telling you, is a
Yeah.
name I was going to tell you guys about. It's just the stuff he said is unbelievably amazing. Right, it's real life now. That's the difference. People are starting to believe it now, as compared to before. It was like sci-fi, science fiction. It wasn't real. And I'm not saying it
Yeah.
is now. I'm just telling you that's how it was seen then as compared to now.
Definitely.
So, and it's changed things. Yeah, Inception, another one, Love and Other Habits. Good point. These things are all it's it's like, okay, they've been in there long enough. They're starting to see what it is. They're smartening up to it. What are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
it's starting to come to the surface possibly.
So I was watching earlier today. I was watching a remote viewer who claims to have been really studying the and again, it's just if you believe these sort of things. I tend to, but again, everyone has to do their own research. That's like the most critical fucking thing.
Yes, sir.
And talking about the Galactic Federation, again, that's a concept that took me a long time to come to. I do believe in that personally now. But that there was a concerted push in the past like years to 6 months to force the governments. I may have talked about this before, and to force the governments into some sort of disclosure. And the rumor is from one of these remote viewers who was looking into this topic was that a lot of the reptilians that were underground in specifically Mount Shasta, which is interesting because apparently they ran out the Lemurians that were there like eons ago. And they've been slowly like dipping off world. No longer able to handle the frequency vibration.
Yeah, right.
Again, I've just heard this today. I love the idea. I don't know if that's true or not, but the thought that came up, so I figured I'd mention it, and that was an interesting idea. Like if such a creature does exist, it'd be best to have them off.
Sure. I agree with you. And Mandy Gillian is talking to Saber Sleuth. Life is so much like that movie. So let me ask you guys a question. So if our lives seem to be so much like a movie that was made, so much like it, okay, in a lot of different ways, is that because we want it, we want to see it that way, or is it because it's really truly that way? That's the question I'm saying. I'm presenting. to
Great
you.
question. And is it the way it is because we all agree that it is, just because? Like,
Yeah, is that what that means? Is it that we're
Yeah.
seeing this stuff and we're saying, well, there's an answer because everybody's looking for the answer to life. We all know that, okay? Why are things like this? What is going on? Why have things changed so much? And now this is starting, like, they use the word woke. People are woke now and all that kind of shit. Is that what it is? Or is this just a whole slew of bullshit that because of the new computer age and the things that we see and have the ability to do with these computers, is that what I read an article 3 days ago stating that AI was how did they present it? That AI was bridged years and years ago, and it's been part of life with us for the past 25 years. What the hell, folks? It made me think. Thank you so much, Angel Heart. This stuff is what I love talking about. This and all things human and beyond. Can't wait to start my channel. It's about time. I'd say love you all, Dago. This is a great realm for you, babe. I'm happier. Thank you so much, Angel. I appreciate that, dear. And God bless. Thank you so much for the donation. Very much appreciated, my dear. Yes, very much so. Thank you, Miss Bianca. Is correct. Let's go check out some more of these glitches real quick.
Other times, textures don't seem to load properly. Sometimes cars fall through the geometry of the world. And sometimes the incorrect art style loads in. Actually, a lot of art seems to come in a little weird. And don't get me started on clouds. We've got 90-degree angles, squares completely missing,
that's fucking weird.
cloud shaped like a cube, and yes, even spherical clouds. Sometimes humans float,
That's
And-
good.
sometimes boats float. Even trees float from time to time. Clusters of humans programmed to take the shortest route, only to find it's blocked. Occasionally, you'll get a person who seemingly wasn't there before just appear. And this isn't a one-off kind of thing. It happens more than you think. Is it just an optical illusion or something else?
Whoa, that kid warped in.
A glitch in the Matrix is a blink and you miss it moment. My favorite glitches in the Matrix are those that line up with the idea that we live in a simulation, that programming and artificial intelligence can only create so many possible outcomes. Eventually, patterns are discovered, and it's hard to stop noticing them once you've seen them. Like these similar chickens doing similar things. Or characters in a sports game repeating the same motions at the same time.
Creepy.
Some glitches entertain. Others you can't explain. Some glitches baffle the brain. Some make you feel like you're going insane. Some glitches can be explained by synced frame rates. and others explained by skilled professionals. Oftentimes, music can sync up and cause a weird effect. Some glitches make you scratch your head. Not once, but twice. Sometimes physics get thrown completely out the window. Here's a strange glitch where it seems like numerous people are frozen in place. Some are walking around just fine, but others aren't moving at all. What's going on here?
I don't know if I'm tripping. But it's weird. She's not. What the fuck is happening? I feel like I'm tripping. Like, what are they looking at?
Speaking of frozen things, here are a couple of horses doing just that. For whatever reason, these horses aren't moving an inch. Are they spooked, tired, or are they really frozen in place? You tell me.
See, I want to take Dyson goggles to everything of that like that.
This visual illusion is making people second guess themselves. To us, it looks like just a normal step. Just walk right up it. But for whatever reason, everyone's brain there is telling them to step up. Check it out. Something is off with the reflections in this person's soup. The lighting reflecting off of it looks like strange patterns and messages.
That reminds me of the you know about the laser experiments, right, Dago?
Which is usually dusk.
Say again, bud.
Sorry, you know about the laser experiments with DMT?
Yes, absolutely.
That totally reminds me of that simulation shit.
Oh yeah. There were photographs of I watched this the other day. There was a aerial view of an area, I can't remember exactly where it was now, but there were different ponds and lakes, like water sources. And down within the inside of it, from up above, it looked like a computer chip in at the bottom of the water.
Huh.
And what it was meant to be, well, what it's supposed to be are like formations under the water at the bottom of the water source on the ground underneath. But from up above, it looks like the etchings on a computer chip. It's
Crazy.
It's insane. Welcome first, or Noel. Good to see you, dear. Console log. Right. But yeah, it was wild when it was going like a scan of like Google Maps or something, Google Earth. And
Yeah.
looking down over these water sources, you swear to God you're looking down on a computer chip the way it was all
That's
designed
crazy.
under the water. It's crazy as shit. Right.
Yeah.
Very wild.
You do a video on it.
I probably will.
Cool.
Or dawn. And notice something weird about the shadows. Some of them were blue. What in the world?
Definitely looks blue.
It's because of
What in the world, though? Like, that's like vibrant blue.
Yeah, it's pretty blue.
I'm tripping. What is?
The paint, the form
Yes.
doesn't necessarily.
That would be a badass painting, I'm not gonna lie. Look at that.
Now, since you brought up the lasers, also when I covered Antarctica, second show I did here, we talked about that. One of the things that's going on in Antarctica right now are the laser builds that they're doing,
Mm-hmm.
because it's such an expanse, wide open area. They're using building, testing, and using these lasers up there for whatever the fuck they're using them for. And it makes you wonder, what is that part of? Obviously, okay.
100%. Like, you know, in the South Pole they have the ice neutrino detector.
Yes.
Did you see the show, the Sean Ryan whistleblower show about the guy who claimed? Wasn't that insane?
That was ridiculously insane.
That's the world's biggest do, and they would not admit it. Like,
Well, they're never going to. They're
Well,
never
they
going to
did.
admit anything like that.
But they did. They admitted that they got on the Dergs this past year. Directed energy weapons got onto the Dergs this past year. They had to admit
Absolutely.
and open up on all the real quick, the directed energy weapons. My name is David Eugene White, and most of my ex-girlfriends will tell you I'm a directed energy weapon. Right? That's what I have.
Oh my God. Yeah. Gotta love that one. There you go. There you go.
Any chance to make a Tesla and inappropriate joke, I will. Yeah.
Absolutely. No worries, sir. No worries. No worries.
Bunch of sticks and then the blue outline.
Here is one of my favorite glitches from today's video. A father and a daughter are out playing in a field where a weird tone and vibration hit his phone.
They
Now,
sure
this
did.
is a random audio
They
visual.
sure did.
Yeah, back when all the Hawaii fires happened, I was sent a video
Of the hitting?
of a camera footage from a house. that
Was it green?
Yes,
Was
it was. Green.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, we showed it, and my videographer actually sent it to me. She found it first, and I was like, "What in the hell is that?"
For real.
And I'll be damned. 100%, you could see the laser beam, bright
Strike.
green,
Yep.
come through, and then boom, everything
it-
went up in flames.
Okay, tell me, you're a nerd too. Did it remind you of Star Wars? Because that's what I was thinking.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah,
I thought it was
Star
like a
Wars,
fucking Star Trooper send a fucking beam down.
that's what it looked like. Yeah, and
And
there's no other explanation for it.
no, there really isn't. How about the houses that were painted blue, the blue roofs?
The blue houses. Yeah, that was wild too. I remember that.
100%.
It was all too coincidental for it to be coincidental, in my opinion. So
Yeah. And then the land grab afterwards was really just the grossest like thing. It was like, really, guys? Okay, you're not even trying to hide it.
it was disgusting, truly and absolutely. I have a government report talks about directed
That's awesome.
weapons.
I would
I've
love to
had-
see that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Saber. I've seen and heard a lot of that stuff, and I didn't believe it at first until that video was sent to me, and I was like, "There's no way," and it literally happened right in front of your face. So
Yeah.
it was on an IR video from the back of somebody's house when it happened, and I said, "You've got to be kidding me!" Right there in
Yep.
front of us.
And I think they did the same thing in LA, Palisades.
A lot of people said the same thing because the way the
Yeah.
fires were, because I covered those too. And being a firefighter, I've never seen anything like that go up that fast, that quick, and that much. It was so much.
Thank you for your service, bro. Firefighting is hardcore shit. That is hardcore shit.
Yeah,
Give it to
it was
firefighters.
definitely. Anyway, sorry
Yeah.
for the going sideways stuff, guys.
No, I love that. Thank you for that
Little-
tangent reminder.
Absolutely.
Glitch.
And again for Tesla.
Then it happens again, and his daughter stops as well, which means it wasn't just him, it wasn't just his camera, she felt it as well. I've talked about these weird
Forgive
floating
them.
black rings in the sky before on All Time 2, but today I present to you a new one. These strange massive rings are barely visible as they creep along, and it just makes everyone watching feel a
Okay.
little bit uncomfortable. What do you think this is?
What is that ring?
That screams to me like you're talking parallel dimension bleeding.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that. It's a dark grayish ring right there.
It's there.
I've had other people that we've looked at these before say that they're chemtrails, but they're perfect circles, folks.
Yeah.
That's a perfect circle. So it who knows what it is, but it's definitely there.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
Maybe in another dimension or another parallel, like close to us, somebody's opening a portal. And that's what it looks like.
I mean, if that's what those are, yeah, that would make sense. 100%.
That's fucking bizarre.
I can't tell what that is.
If you live near wooded areas, it isn't uncommon to see a deer here and there. But what is uncommon is watching a deer disappear. Check this out.
That's just not a deer then.
Here's
that
a
could
fun
be,
visual glitch.
that could be a camera glitch.
Yeah,
obviously,
I'm not
but
sold on that one. Could also have been a skinwalker.
right.
Disappearing into the glass wall of a bus stop.
That was a reflection on the glass.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Next up is one of my favorite visual glitches. Tell me, which crust is bigger, the top one or the bottom one? And this isn't a trick question.
I don't trust my eyes. I'm not good at these things.
A random pedestrian who is seemingly disconnected from reality. He's frozen in place, mid-step, and doesn't move an inch as the world continues.
These days that could be bent, unfortunately.
What the fuck?
Here is a river that has a constant and
That
Again.
was weird.
Again, drugs are bad. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But
NPC, right?
could be definitely. So that's another thing. The diacyanin goggles. I gotta tell you when I get them in, but I can't wait to look around because it could be a lot of that.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
NPCs, like literally.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
steady flow. But when the person filming starts driving, it looks as if the river has completely stopped moving.
That's cool.
Here is a ladder that's fed up with its job and has decided to quit.
I feel you, buddy. Work sucks. I get it.
Have you ever seen a professional athlete phase in and out of reality? Let's see that again.
Whoa.
Check out this building that's seemingly floating in midair.
That was weird.
Or this building that seems to be missing a side or two. Look at this strange shadow distortion glitch. Whenever this guy moves away from the frame, his face's shadow is elongated and stretched out. Here's a
Optical
really strange
illusion.
one. This is a comb placed against a mirror. Notice how the comb's teeth have a gap in them, but in the mirror, there is no gap. It just doesn't exist.
And I was gonna say the previous one is just China. China's got the craziest shit in the world.
Of course.
Synchronized. Watch closely. Here are 2 deer. And now there's 3. Where did the 3rd deer come from? Look at this incredible apple. 2 different colors, perfectly split. And here's another split in half glitch, this time with some toast. A perfect line dividing the burnt and the unburnt. Where did this car come from? There are 2 angles in this video. One from the front dash cam and one from the car's side looking back. Neither capture this magically appearing car. So where did it come from? Check out this floor and these shoes. The floor pattern nearly matches the shoes, creating an interesting optical illusion. Shoes disappearing into the floor is one thing, but what about socks? This man's socks perfectly match the floor beneath him. This next one is really spooky. Look at this fog layer that's just floating in midair, unmoving, like a PNG file in a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of unsettling, this tiny bubble decided it wasn't going to follow the laws of physics today. It's just floating there, unmoving. Look at how strange these wind turbines look during a long exposure photograph. To me, it gives off a strong Truman Show painted background aesthetic. How about this one? It's awfully strange how some buildings forget to load in all the way. What happened here? Sometimes it loads in too many of the same art assets.
Yeah.
Here are 2 nearly identical grandpas walking around the same area. Here is one of many places on the earth where your car will roll backwards, uphill, when placed in neutral.
Yeah, that's cool.
I
think that's in Florida.
Yeah, there's actually a place where that happens.
Yeah.
I can't think of where It was Florida or Pennsylvania or something. There was an actual
Yeah.
place where that could happen too. It was the way it was built is crazy.
You do spend your time in this crazy shit. I like that, Dago.
Oh yeah, when I'm not doing the crime, this is my other love.
Yeah, definitely
Why
same.
this is happening has been speculated about for decades. Have you ever seen one of those clips of a plane not moving in air, just sitting there, hanging out, seemingly defying gravity? If not, here's a clip of a plane doing just that.
Just chilling.
Oh, but it's not just planes. Birds can also get stuck in this apparent glitch. This mysterious thing was found floating and morphing over Australia. What started as confusion online quickly turned into everyone saying it was a scud cloud, a naturally occurring thing, nothing weird about it at all. Nothing to see here. Except scud clouds look nothing like this. They look completely different. So, what do you think this is?
How about what the fuck's a scud?
Predetermined paths. But those paths aren't typically obvious to us on the ground. But what if they were?
Look, that plane is traveling that way, but someone's following a path, almost like a predetermined path. What? What is that blue line? Is it following another plane's path?
Yeah, it does.
These next 3 images were sent to me by a fan named Samuel and his wife. These were taken during a trip from Pennsylvania to West Virginia. This first image shows a massive circle in the cloud.
I do believe some UFOs hide in clouds.
Say again?
I do believe some UFOs hide in clouds.
I've actually long time ago when I was doing it under a different title, I covered shelf clouds, and they showed many instances of these massive shelf clouds that they believed there were alien motherships hiding inside of.
Yeah.
The cloud was not there, and all of a sudden the cloud just kind of rolls in.
Oh.
And they're saying that it was covering these massive ships. It was another definite conspiracy theory. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Musical Contessa, good to see you, dear. And Garmilla, welcome to you as well. I mean, it's the perfect place to hide. Look how big these shelf clouds can get.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Minutes before taking these photos. Terrifyingly enough, in this third image, there's something else happening. It looks like a long beam or some kind of light distortion in the
Sure
photo.
does.
It doesn't appear in the other 2 images. So what's going on here?
Beam me the fuck up, Scotty. Holy shit.
Functioning cloud? An invisible UFO? What do you think? Pareidolia is the psychological phenomenon where people see meaningful patterns, often faces, in random objects. This next video is an example of that. This footage was captured by a woman deep in a forest where she noticed what looked like the number 5 appearing on a rock. When she got up close to inspect it, she realized that it was actually just some forest debris that perfectly formed the number 5 when viewed at a very specific angle. Here's another strange glitch. Apparently the moon or the earth is swaying back and forth. What do you think?
Oh yeah, that happens.
It's weird enough when you capture a glitch on your phone, but when you see it with your own eyes as well, that makes it especially eerie.
So I'm out here at the farm scouting for turkeys, and it's like between 6:55 and 7 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, I'm just gonna take a good video. The sky is really pretty. The farm looks really pretty. And as I'm taking this video, the sky done something weird, like it glitched. And I wasn't looking through the phone. Like I was scanning the field, but I was like looking at the field, and I seen the sky do it. And I was like, what the world? And I stopped the video and I went back, and my phone caught it. I don't know what it is. It's weird for sure. I'll show you guys a video. Check it out. Tell me what you think. It's kind of weird.
Oh, whoa. Someone forgot to replace the bulb in the projector.
That's definitely a glitch.
Many argue
What
that
the
glitches are
fuck?
just
That's a good one.
visual tricks that kind of mess with your mind.
That one's gonna
Is
stick
it-
with me for a minute, man. That one's gonna stick. That's
Yeah, if he said he saw that through the or the phone, sure, but without the phone, with your own eyeballs, something's wrong.
100%.
Absolutely.
Well, here's an example of that. It looks like this boat is floating.
Optical illusions, of
Yep.
course.
That's how a lot of the ghost ships were first misidentified.
Sometimes a repeated pattern can feel like a glitch. These clouds look like someone copied and pasted them over and over and over.
It does.
This next cloud glitch was submitted by user DG777player on Twitter, saying, I found this really weird cloud one day that was shaped like a human spine or trilobite when leaving work, and it freaked me and my colleagues out. And yeah, it absolutely looks like a spine or a trilobite. The first thing that came to my mind was Attack on Titan. How does a
Great
cloud,
job.
just by happenstance, take this particular shape? These sponges refuse to stay in the basket they're placed in.
I'm just trying to cut sponges, and they will not. What the fuck? It's magic. Like, please go back in.
That's static connection is what that
Yeah.
is. I get that.
Yeah,
one.
100%. Good eye.
The box.
She's put on block charge.
Concert, where the lighting in the room had already changed from red to white, but the cameras recording the concert had not yet updated. This was literally a blink and you miss it shot. Parking a car is very easy, but for some inexplicable reason, others struggle to fit within a parking space, like a child struggling to color between lines. Well, here is a glitch that shows it might not actually be your fault after all. We've talked about shadows many times before, and here again is another example of a shadow glitch. This is a massive shadow that apparently has no origin.
Someone explain
What
to
the
me
fuck?
what this is a shadow of. There's nothing above me. It's not from that hole.
Well, ding dang do. That's a head scratcher.
This is
Damn.
one of those visual glitches that stops you dead in your tracks, and then you spend 5 minutes trying to figure out how it works. Here's a video of a baseball that seemingly respawns after being hit. Check out the shock on this kid's face.
Imagine trying to tell your friends that. They're like, yeah, sure, asshole.
Nobody would ever believe
Never.
that ever.
Never believe
ever.
it.
Yeah, Jacob's Ladder. Yes, Saber.
Glitches are some of the creepiest experiences you can have. Imagine having one thing only to find out that you now have two things. For generic objects, this is less creepy, but for more personalized and specific objects, yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
So I'm going to get in bed. I see on my bed my AirPods. I see them there, and I'm like, I'm coming for you later. Okay? Put the kiddo to sleep. She is out. She's out. I'm like, it's mommy's time to waste away her sleep schedule on TikTok. I get my AirPods, pop them open, put the right one in, okay? Right one's in. Right one's not connecting. So I'm like, I'm irresponsible. I didn't charge them. That's on me. Let me put the left one in. It's probably charged. Put the left one in. Go to put the right one back in. There is a right AirPod in the right slot. But I have one in my hand. And I know I failed math. But I only have 2 of these, okay? So why do I have 3 of these? So I start freaking out. I'm like, it's fucking happening. It's happening to me right now.
It's going down.
So I get up. I turn my flashlight off. I'm poor. I found these, okay? I found them. I could not return them could not return them to the owner. Found them. I can't afford 2. I didn't have another one laying around. So I'm like, I know they're your friends, okay? I don't have a whole lot of friends, but I've only had 2 over to my house in the past month. So I call them. I'm like, hey girl, are these yours? She's like, no. Hey, just tell me that they're yours so I know I'm not going crazy, please. Sorry, boo. They're not mine. So then I'm like, well, let me see whose they are. Because, you open them, they have a name. I named mine Steve, because I name all my shit Steve.
Naturally.
These are named Steve.
Here's another duplication glitch that'll really make you scratch your head.
So I've just had a glitch in the Matrix. I see people talk about this on TikTok all the time. I've never experienced
For real,
it. I
Kat.
need to show you guys. So I was just putting something away on the tabletop and I saw this. And I thought, oh no, have I broken my phone case? Like,
my phone case.
I'll show you my phone case in a minute. So I picked it up. This is my phone case, guys. So where has this acrylic butterfly wing part come from? This is my only case.
Molting.
Is that not the weirdest thing ever? Like, I don't understand. What is happening? I know it seems really minor, but it's really, really weird. It's freaked me out.
We have a car that is seemingly changing color.
Did you hear there's a new Mandela effect?
What's that?
Did you hear the new Mandela effect?
No, what is it?
Which, by the way, did you hear the theory?
But you froze, bro. The what? He froze.
That the Mandela effects were caused by CERN, the collider.
Yeah. I have heard that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you guys some of that stuff here in a minute as we end up for the night. I
Cool.
just wanted to show some of these glitches.
No, they're cool. These are awesome.
Yeah, there's actually hold on here.
Trippy.
All right, here we go. We'll go here and then
When you slow it down, it does seem like the sun turned on and off.
Whoa.
Let's end this video with some wavy clouds in Alaska. Now this looks like it's Photoshop. This looks fake. But what if I told you that's real? That's actually what it looks like. First of all, bring up Google Maps, then let's zoom in. It turns out that's just how it looks. It's not just a glitch, it's real. Check this out.
This genuinely makes no sense at all. What kind of optical illusion is this? It's so far away. That doesn't
Whoa.
make sense. Come on, I'm doing it again. I'm backing up. I'm backing up. And then I'm bro.
That is cool.
How is it doing that? That doesn't make any sense at all.
This glitch happened at the Open Championship 2025.
Wow.
Rory McIlroy hit his golf ball, and miraculously his one ball became two balls, to everyone's surprise.
That's super.
Rory.
Yeah, that's two balls.
that had to have been that there was a ball laying
In there?
that- yeah, that had to be when he hit the grass. It popped up. That's the only thing that's wild.
They didn't go at the same time, so they could have hit. Yeah,
That's the only way that makes any sense
yeah.
to me, dude.
I mean, that is thick grass. That's thick fucking grass right there.
Yeah, and that's a spot to see. I mean, the odds of it are really insane, but I'm just saying.
Oh, he's definitely in the rough. So yeah, you could be buried.
Yeah.
Went on to say this was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Oh, I've
Where
seen
did the ball
better.
come from? Was it underneath the ground right beside his ball? And if so,
probably.
I mean, what are the odds?
Right. That's insane.
Yep.
Get ready to see one of the most insane glitches ever. In this drifting competition between cars, one of them actually loses a tire. It bounces off, rolls away, and just watch. You won't believe what happens.
Разувается автомобиль,
Who needs that?
Артем колесо, пытается поймать его сейчас оператор коптера. И обратно да!
No fucking way.
Right?
There is no way that just happened.
These dudes must have brass balls.
Astonishingly fit back into place.
И обратно да! Вы видели, что было сейчас, друзья?
Here's a brick wall that is seemingly defying reality. It's as though someone took a sledgehammer to it.
Looks
and
like Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
It's squished like jelly. This is a clip of running water, except the water looks off.
This is a food
Oh, that's cool.
Low and thick, but when it's poured into a cup, it fills it up like normal.
I have seen that before, though.
Here's a glitch where flowers are seemingly changing color overnight. Let's check it out.
Am I going insane, or were those blue?
I think some flowers can change color.
There
overnight.
are flowers that do
Yeah.
that, right?
Heterochromatic is a thing in colors too. Flowers
My,
too.
my mother-in-law actually has some that do that. That tire thing blew my mind. I'm with you on that one, Hangman. That was nuts.
Yeah, same. What's up, bro?
Here's the color of it right now, right? That's pink.
I knew I wasn't crazy. Those are blue now. Those aren't pink. Those are completely.
I'm so confused.
Watch what appears in front of this mother and daughter. Did you see it? It's as if a man in a red shirt just appeared in front of them out of thin air. Here's an absolutely
That's
bizarre
wild.
video of an icicle that's broken in two spots.
Do you
but
think it's
still
rendering?
somehow. So
You know,
It could be. It
that's
could
the
be
craziest concept, but it would actually make a lot of sense.
It does. It does. I agree. Right, Hangman. I got you. The video of the sun pulsing. I've
Ooh,
seen that
show
one
it.
too. I've seen that too. That's wild.
What's up, homie?
Someone make this make sense. I don't even know what's going on here. Apparently, this cat is frozen in place while attempting to get some water.
Uh huh.
What the fuck? You good?
Hey, there he goes.
What the what?
Kitty was taking a timeout.
Hold up.
Kitty was like, "I'm gonna go off on the astral plane. I'm gonna be off on Mars. Y'all be back. Bye."
It's like somebody pushed pause on it.
That this is a good point. Cats shouldn't do acid. Maybe.
That is a good point.
Here's an absolutely bizarre video of an icicle that's broken in two spots.
I went back because I have to see that.
How
cat
the
again.
fuck?
That doesn't make sense at all. Unless it nothing makes sense for that. It's got to be a camera. That cat is. I'm flipping.
Yeah,
out.
that cat. Yeah.
It's like and it shakes its head like something happened to it after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it's still hanging somehow. Someone make this make sense. I don't even know what's going on here. Apparently, this cat is frozen in place while attempting to get some water.
What the fuck? You good?
Where were you, little kitty?
That was insane. Wow.
You could see it come back to reality.
And like I said, when it did, it shook its head like what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
This skateboard has mysteriously stopped in place at an extremely weird angle.
Okay.
How does this even happen?
Blue?
Gravity.
Check out the security camera footage. It captures the same man in two different places. I'm sure this is nothing more than a literal glitch in recording software, but it's still pretty creepy. Here is a blowtorch that is still burning even after it's been unplugged.
I don't understand.
I've seen that happen before. That's residual gas.
Residual
left on
gas?
the
Yeah,
line.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is.
That definitely makes sense.
Stop.
How is this even possible? If you're an American like me, you've probably noticed that our food has been getting worse and worse every year. Shrinkflation, greedflation, inflation, fake ingredients, literal poison. Well, it's a good thing that bananas can't be faked. Unless...
So my mother was showing me that she opened a banana that she thinks that these are not real bananas. We got it from the supermarket, but when she opens it and she breaks it in half, it gets very
rubbery
soft and doesn't really break. and when it pulls, it's like it's glue. It's very tight and doughy.
No, thank you.
Here's a strange glitch where the shadow between these two dishes seems to stretch to connect. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but shadows don't do this, right? Check out this perfect stream of soda. It's moving, it just looks like it isn't.
Boy, that's trippy.
That is very wild. Very wild. So that's enough of those. Hold on a minute here.
Those were cool. Some of those are definitely gonna stick with me, man. The sun pulsing ones. Ooh.
Yeah, the pulsating sun thing is wild. All right, let me show you this here real quick. Now, I don't know how many of you guys have seen the opening ceremony for the CERN computer.
Nice.
This,
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, it weirded me out to a different level. Okay.
Same.
Now, this is a guy that is watching this, and he's kind of like, hold on a minute.
Do you think he made it? Like, do you think he's alive?
I don't even know.
I doubt it.
There's statements that came out saying that this was a satanic ritual.
Yep.
All of this kind of stuff, folks, and it goes. Go ahead.
And that they do that every time they have a new project.
Right, and it's very what the hell. Okay, give me a minute here,
And yes, if you're wondering, that is a statue of Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction and rebirth, but also portals.
Yeah,
portals.
So, what is the basis behind this? What does this mean? What is it? What does it stand for? I guess we could say so.
Right.
1 minute here.
And is it just theatrics?
Right.
Which
That's
is what
the
they
biggest
claim.
part. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's the other thing that bothered me about this the most they said that it was just a little theatrical thing. Anyway.
Well, the theatrics are theatrical for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree, Manny.
Scarab beetles.
Now, mind you, this was the opening for the CERN computer, okay?
Yeah.
And how they brought it to the world. This is the computer that has been theorized to be possibly what runs the world, okay? Watching the ceremonial thing with this blew my mind.
And if you look at their logo, it's 666.
Yeah.
Yeah, for nerds, they sure are drama geeks.
Right, Mandy.
Yeah.
Hey, Scripps.
Don't you always have a grand Cirque du Soleil whenever you open up your things?
That's my point.
You
Like,
know?
even if it is just theatrical, why?
Why?
Why does it need to be all this for this? Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's insane. That right there, the whole thing weirded me out. I'll be honest with you. When I felt uncomfortable for like a while after I watched this. Truly and honestly.
Yeah. Have you seen the other videos too? The hidden video. It was taken from a distance, and it's in the dark. We'll have to show that sometime. But yeah,
yeah, I don't think I have seen it.
Yeah, it's different.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, now we're getting to the sexy time.
Yeah, right. August 24th of 2022.
Is that an old hag? It sure is. What an interesting.
And if you tell me that this doesn't have some kind of a weird ass satanic basis behind it, I'm gonna tell
Right.
you go watch it again, folks. This is wild. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you, put down the crack pipe because it's blatantly obvious there's something going on here that we're not aware of.
Yes, this is absolutely not normal by any means whatsoever.
If it was 5 minutes long, it'd be different. This is like an hour-long goddamn production. This was
Absolutely.
cool. This is not good put together in a, hey, all nerds at the Hadron Collider, let's go make a little skit. That's not this.
Yeah, right. It's a ritualistic.
This is a fucking production.
It's a message, in my opinion. Honest to God, it is.
Those are not scientists. No offense.
No. I mean, if they are, like, what the? Wow. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not gonna show it. Like, look, this shit here, the upside down
Tree
trees,
of
all
life.
this other wild shit.
A lot of stuff about ascending.
Yes.
Thank you, Gape.
Exactly, Hangman. And again, you can call this art. You can call it what you want. I refuse to watch it beginning to end, like without breaking it up, because it freaks me out that bad. Okay.
Fair. I want to see what this is, but yeah, that's probably a smart idea. I'm fascinated. I've honestly never seen that much. I want to know what the fuck they're doing. I really do.
Yeah, right. And then this statement came across this towards the end of when they were doing it. It's the opening ceremony of Gothard Tunnel.
Oh, that's good.
The CERN, and it states that it's a satanic ritual. And it says right here, this is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard is coming. And then this thing opened up. See, there it is again. Now, I'm not going to jump into all that with religion and stuff, but you guys take it for what it is.
Well,
Something's wrong. Now, this is the computer. The reason why I brought this up and showed this is this is the computer, okay, that they're saying they shut this down. I can't remember, the 29th, I think it was.
29th. Yep.
And they're saying that this was basically running things, running the world, okay? We got a goal up there. Let's do it. I think we do. Thank you, Angel, so very much. Appreciate it, dear. God bless, son. So, guys, if this is what they're claiming, okay, and this was also based off of, I don't know if you guys saw some of this stuff is the basis of, was it Angels and Demons? Did you guys ever see that?
Oh, definitely. Love that.
The whole basis behind that is what this is supposed to be the meaning is supposed to be. There was something else they showed. Where'd it go? Hold on a minute.
This is gonna.
Sorry. I was trying to get something to work and it didn't work. All right. Now I'm going to show you this real fast. Oop, Davey jumped out. Okay. And this is all the point behind the whole thing that we were bringing up. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yes? No? Maybe so? Can anybody hear me? Okay. Good stuff. All right. On we go.
Running under nearby homes and businesses and farms. And inside that tunnel, scientists put a long blue tube big enough to... Okay, ready? Right here, on the border between France and Switzerland, is the biggest science experiment ever built. It's this huge tunnel, over 100 meters underground and 27 kilometers long, running under nearby homes and businesses and farms. And inside that tunnel, scientists put a long blue tube big enough to crawl through. And inside that tube, they put two pipes that they keep colder and emptier than outer space. And down those pipes, they fire particles smaller than atoms in opposite directions, pushing them faster and faster and faster until, when they're almost at the speed of light, they smash together, sending subatomic debris flying off into this massive detector. This underground particle smasher took thousands of people from over 100 different countries, $5 billion, and over 30 years to plan and build. My question was, why? Why do this? Why spend so much money and time to smash particles together in an underground tunnel? And now, why do so many people say that what we really need to do is build a bigger one?
Bigger one.
Future Circular Collider, new particle accelerator, building a bigger one in Geneva, Switzerland, more than 3 times its size and twice as deep.
I'm going all the way to Switzerland, to the particle smasher itself, to understand what's really going on here, and to go on a journey that will forever change how I see myself and the world around me.
This is huge and true. Part of this video is sponsored by Shopify.
Please, yeah.
I'm in an elevator on my way down to the Giant Particle Smasher, more scientifically known as the Large Hadron Collider, or LHC. It's inside the biggest and most famous physics lab in the world, CERN. I can't believe I'm here. Getting to visit here is a really big deal. Thousands of scientists from all around the world gather here to do cutting-edge research about how the universe works.
All right, we're in a tunnel now.
Beyond that yellow door is one of the places where particles actually collide. Specifically, this one, the Atlas detector.
Oh my God. It's beautiful.
This thing is huge. To give you a sense of scale, just look at it compared to a person.
Look how small they are. Those are people compared to this enormous machine. How did you put this in here?
So we can see from down here that there is a shaft above us. If people have the hobby to build a ship in a bottle, it's exactly the same way of constructing. You have to lower it in and then construct it in place.
I'm so amazed that people built this.
This giant underground detector is where those particles finally collide after being sped up close to the speed of light around that 27-kilometer track.
Where's the collision happen?
So the collision happens over here. So the detector is symmetrical around the collision point. And so we're at one end of it.
The detector is big, but the actual collider part is very small.
What you can see in the center is the Large Hadron Collider. So you can really see how tiny the beam pipe is.
Each pipe is about the size of your two hands, like this, or about the diameter of an orange, with thousands of magnets running along it that force the particles within that pipe into a space the width of a human hair.
I just accidentally pulled out one of my hairs in order to demonstrate this. Can you see this hair? Okay. Can you see this hair compared to the scale that we're talking about right now?
That's the size of the space the particles are moving through. But even a human hair is enormous compared to the particles themselves. You already know that atoms and the particles inside of them are very small, but they are so much tinier than most people think. Look at a single strand of your hair. Now imagine that single hair is as big across as the entire Earth is wide. Now, zoom in. The size of a single cell inside of that hair would be like the distance from Paris to Rome. Now zoom in again. A protein inside that cell would be like 6 soccer fields across. An atom inside that protein would be like 1 school bus across. The nucleus at the center of that atom would be like the width of a grain of rice. And
way to go, Juror.
Thank you very much, Juror 13.
You rock, Juror.
I can't see who got the memberships right now, but congrats to those. Welcome. And thank you again, Juror. Very, very much appreciated, my friend.
the protons within that nucleus, they'd be like grains of salt. So a proton compared to the width of your hair is like a grain of salt compared to the entire Earth. And that is what scientists are sending flying around inside of this machine. Protons, which are being squeezed by magnets into a space the width of a hair. It is incredible that we can do this. As humans, we experience only a tiny slice of the full scale of reality. But there's so much more. Wait, but hang on. If they're sending these tiny little protons down a tunnel 27 kilometers long, how do they get them to actually hit each other? Just think about shooting grains of salt at each other from really, really, really far away. Seriously, think about it. How would you do that? If you just thought fire tons of salt, that's exactly what they do. They don't just fire 100 or 1,000 protons at each other.
Yeah, I agree. I like your channel.
100 billion in bunches in each direction. And when they do that, 100 billion versus 100 billion, guess how many actually collide?
On average, we get about 50 or 60 collisions per crossing.
You heard that right. 60. 60 will actually collide, which is why they'll do the whole thing over and over and over again. 30 million times per second. There's approximately 3,000 bunches, each with over 100 billion protons, creating 1 billion collisions per second inside of this massive machine. Okay, so we have thousands of scientists spending billions of dollars to smash billions of protons in an underground tunnel. But why? Why do all of this in the first place? Well, if you look on the internet, you'll see that there are a lot of
theories, from ending the world to creating black holes to it already ended the world and we're living inside a black hole to paranormal activity to new dimensions to hooded figures performing rituals to summon the devil.
That's the ritual.
It was a prank, by the way. No, we are not doing any of that. The truth about what is happening here is both much harder to explain and much, much cooler. So strap in, because it's time to break your brain. When scientists smash these protons together, we get a glimpse at what might have happened close to the start of our universe, the Big Bang. That's because the collisions release an enormous amount of energy for how small protons are. But in the grand scheme of things, each collision is still less than the total energy of a hand clap. But a very smart person figured out that energy and mass are related. So when these protons collide at incredibly fast speeds, releasing a ton of energy, that energy can turn into physical mass, which is crazy. And here's the kicker. If the energy is high enough, it can turn into mysterious or unknown particles, more of the building blocks of our universe, which we really want to know about to use that knowledge to improve the world today, or to just satisfy our own curiosity. But those special mystery particles, they only exist for an instant before they turn back into more everyday particles that we see all the time, that then fly outward towards sensors that record exactly where they hit. So what scientists actually see is more like a crime scene. They can see where the particles hit the sensors, but then they need to work backward using very complex physics to reverse engineer what happened at the moment of collision and what mystery particles could have been there. And if that sounds hard, yeah, you're right. But important.
We're not just doing this for fun, let's smash things together. We do like it. Well, we do it because we have huge, huge questions. The idea with particle physics is to try to understand the fabric of the universe. So, you divide something, you divide it again, until you finally get to something you can't divide anymore. The elementary particles.
That's what they're studying in these collisions. Elementary particles, the building blocks of our universe. We know a lot of them already. You might recognize some, like electrons or photons, which give us light. We know about all of these elementary particles thanks to brilliant people doing extremely complex math and decades of experimentation to prove that math actually predicts the real world. That math looks like this. This is a beautiful description of how we as humans think the world around us works. It's called the Standard Model.
We can understand a lot about our universe, where we came from, where we're going, what we're made of. It's pure research to try to understand our universe.
One reason that they wanted to build the Large Hadron Collider specifically is that the Standard Model predicted that there should be another particle, a mystery particle, likely present near the beginning of our universe that no one had ever actually detected. They called it the Higgs boson, or more sensationally, the God particle. The Standard Model seemed to suggest that this God particle was of vital importance to universal existence because, and here's where my brain starts to break a little bit, it would confirm the existence of an underlying field that gives other particles mass. In other words, this
0-point field
would help us understand why everything you and I feel exists. Basically, why stuff exists was a big mystery, and this underlying field was our best mathematical explanation. And observing the Higgs boson, the particle related to this field, would help to prove it. The only problem was that to do that, we needed to get enough energy in one place to create it, like from smashing two protons together at nearly the speed of light. And that is one big reason to build the Large Hadron Collider. So, they built it. And after they
that's why
thousands of scientists spent 2 more years collecting data at 2 different detectors until finally they were sure enough to announce to the world they did it. They reliably created the Higgs boson, something that no one had ever detected before, proving a truth about our universe that had before been a mystery. And that proof looked like this. Yep. It's a bump on a chart. Think about how much work went into seeing that bump on that chart. Like, that's it? Yeah, it's awesome. Through math, scientists predicted that if the Higgs boson exists, when we smash particles together, we should see a bump. And there it is.
There was literally a bump.
Don't forget something, folks. No matter what, we only ever get to see what they want us to see. Remember that, okay? Clearly.
More particles being produced at that energy.
The math was right. This confirmation didn't immediately change the world for people like you and me. but it showed us that as a species, we're on the right track. We're never going to know the impact of discovering any single building block of reality. When Sir Isaac Newton revealed the motion of our moon and our planets, he couldn't have possibly imagined there would be humans on the moon nearly 300 years later. The same is true of our discoveries today. That's the point of all of this. We discover the building blocks now so that our children can build with them later in ways that we can't possibly imagine.
I don't know what understanding the Higgs boson is really going to do to change the way that we live, but in 20, 30, 50 years, the better that we understand how these particles work, the more we can create technologies that change our lives.
And the Higgs boson was by no means the only thing the Large Hadron Collider has uncovered. It has shaped our understanding of the way that elementary particles...
There was a story that I read a while back about this, that the reason this has been built is if you believe that we're living in a simulation, that this has been built to replace whatever else is running the simulation that we're currently living in, if you believe that theory. But they just shut this down on the 29th. So explain to me. Thank you so much, Angel Heart. That was so very generous of you. Give me 1 minute, folks. Hold on here. Looks like Juror 13 dropped 5. That went to Italians Do It Better Thai Food, April Dillard, David Troya, a Funky Cold Maria. I love that. And now Angel Heart just dropped, looks like 10 more. Those went to Doc Doc, Mama Cass, Moonlight Rays, Chris 6011, Best of Me, Kenneth Kersey, Glowbug, T on the Beat, Cat 6F, Mom of a Gladiator 2014. I love the names, guys. So thank you very much, Angel Heart. God bless, hon. Very much appreciated. And the same to you, Juror 13. You guys are amazing. God bless. Very much appreciated. 1 minute here. Let me bring this back up. Oh, shit. And maybe not. Hold on a minute.
Remix.
Drops 10 more.
Woo! Look at
Thank
you.
you so much, Angel Heart. Amazing. These 10 went to Tippy Tood, Marion Wildcat, Read Deeply, Hot Mess 87.
Nice.
Always 8129. Tracy Smith, Nini C123, Leslie Condor 3333. Sorry, Brutally Honest. Florida Girl 71. I think that's it. Amazing. Thank you so much, Angel Heart. You're such. God bless. That was amazing.
You rock, Angel.
You rock. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing. All you guys. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Welcome to the family, guys. Welcome. 25 new members. That is amazing. Awesome. Absolutely.
Growing every day, Dago. Love it.
I'm most definitely. And I am grateful beyond means, guys. You have no idea.
It's like I say, I may not be much, but I do grow on you. But I'm not talking about, I've said too much.
No, we appreciate you, Davey, very much.
Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely appreciate it. All right. No, I appreciate it, Angel Heart, so much, hon.
It so looks like Portals. Even the Atlas thing, it all looks like Portals to me.
This thing reminds me of like Stargate, something from Stargate.
100%.
Crazy.
100%.
It's wild.
I was fascinated by that movie back in the day too, and
definite.
Come to find out, that's basically a biography as well.
Mm-hmm. That's true. If you look that way for it, yes.
Dude, the Stargate stuff, we should go in that at some point if you want. That's something I've been doing a lot of research on too. If you believe in that stuff, we have 12 of them, and some of our wars recently have been fought over control of those areas.
I've read that too. I've seen that too.
That's
pretty
trippy.
wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely. On we go.
interact and combine and put our theories about the world to the test over and over and over again.
What a insane amount of money.
Scientists argue that we might have reached a limit.
Insane amount of money we spent on that.
It's not even understandable, the amount that they put into it. You are correct.
On what we can learn from this collider. And there's still so much that we don't know about the universe. So, some scientists argue that now what we need to do is build a much, much bigger one. That's the big debate happening right now.
Yeah, some scientists maybe. The rest of us.
You see where they're going with that? Now we need a even bigger one. They tried this one out. It worked. They're going to build a bigger one.
3 times bigger.
What do you think that means?
3 entire countries.
Exactly.
Also, too, how about this? We were talking about this last time, Dagos. This ties in. What if one of the things they're doing is synthetically affecting our ley lines? What if they're ripping up ley line activity and laying over synthetic frequencies?
Very good point, sir. It almost makes you wonder if that is what this is. If they're controlling, if they're artificially controlling, something that was going on beforehand. Okay, they figured out how it happened, and now they learned how to do it. They're going to do it now.
They're taking it to phase 2.
Yes,
it's scaled up. Yeah,
makes you wonder.
Really does.
And I'm still telling you, I'm telling you guys that the 10 scientists that I did my first show on that are me either missing or 11. I'm sorry. No, it's actually more than that.
It's 13
I'm
now.
telling you, there's a connection from them to this too.
I would agree. In my opinion, I always thought that the 13 had a lot to do with either anti-gravitic tech, frequency weapon tech, DEWs, or portal tech. And it seems like each one of them had something to do in those lines.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat said they're going to open the upside down. Don't
they've
joke,
been-
folks,
dude,
that's basically what the hell it is.
Dude, I say it all the time. Like I say all the time, it's a catchphrase of mine. But Stranger Things is more than just a show on Netflix. Like they weren't just playing at that stuff. They're taking it seriously. When they experimented on those kids carrying through from the NK Ultra program, not to go on a rant, but when they were specifically looking for autistic kids with super high sensitivity thresholds to be able to withstand an extreme amount of torture, so they could rip open portals and bring things in from another dimension. That's literally what they were doing.
That's exactly how it was explained. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And I'll be damned if Angel did not drop 10 more memberships. Good
Damn.
God. And Miss Susie Q, Silent G, Chu Taylor XO, Senor Kokwi, Decala, Lisa Otten, Gothic Breenax, Misha Dope, Eclipse ZE3, Isabel Presh. I think I got them all. Thank you again, Angel. Good Lord have mercy. That's amazing. You are truly an angel. Thank you so much.
Welcome all the meatballs.
Yeah, right. Steven said, why the fuck not? Welcome, everybody. 35 new members jumping in the family here. We appreciate you guys so very much. And God bless Angel Heart. You are truly an angel. Thank you so much for that. Welcome, everybody. That's amazing. Very much so. On we go.
The big holes in our understanding of the universe. We have measured really clearly that there's something out there that only acts through gravitation as far as we can tell.
He's talking about dark matter.
Invisible matter would have been a better name. Doesn't matter. It doesn't, send anything out that we can see with our eyes, but it affects gravitationally and it makes a big difference.
Yeah, you're right.
Dark matter is there because it impacts things that we can see.
When they first started using CERN, they did not immediately tell us that they accidentally made baby black holes, but it's all good. Their whole diameter is too small to get enough matter. Well, that's why they want to build a bigger one.
Yeah,
Think about it.
They waited until it got whistleblown. They're like, "Oh, did we do that? Oh, our bad. Don't worry, it'll all be okay."
Yeah, they knew what they were doing, in my opinion.
Oh, they totally did. Yeah.
Stephen
They
Fillmore,
planned
sorry,
for it.
but what's a ley line?
They-
Go
Energetic.
ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Davey. Explain.
The energetic kind of like tributaries and rivers of the earth. If you could look at the earth as having unseen rivers of energy that flows through it, those would be the ley lines. They all interconnect in different parts of the globe. A lot of major monuments
Absolutely good
run along
point.
ley lines.
Yeah, there a lot of weird things happen near ley lines.
Definitely.
Alien sightings, ghost hauntings, all sorts of stuff.
The stargates that are alleged to be on this planet, the 12 of them run along ley lines. Yeah. They did.
That
The
is
dolphins,
correct.
the dolphins know. Dolphins
Gerald
actually
knows-
really do
Gerald
know.
knows what he's doing. Oh yeah, they do.
Jerry's down. Yeah.
For sure. For sure. The center of the universe is a small town in guess where? Idaho. This manhole cover. I think they take the cover off. The demons really.
I believe it.
Good point. I would not doubt that, my friend.
Yeah. Make just much more sense than anything else.
Yes, it does.
Like the way light visibly bends as it passes galaxies. Through those effects, we can calculate dark matter accounts for 27% of our universe. Could a bigger collider help us learn about it? We don't really know.
Nobody is guaranteeing it will find dark matter. It might answer something completely different. It might pose new questions. Maybe we'll find something we had no idea was there. And
Might rip another black hole. Who cares?
Name what? It has a horrible name. It's a horrible name. It's called the FCC, the Future Circular Collider, which of course you have to change after you've built it.
CERN estimates that building this new collider would cost roughly $17 billion. And instead of a 27-kilometer loop, it would be 100. But not everyone thinks that this is worth it. They argue that the Large Hadron Collider has fallen short of what some hoped that it would achieve. On top of that, some predictions seem to suggest we'd need even more energy than this new, bigger collider would have in order to produce anything truly new. I think there's no need to overpromise. We don't really know, but that's not a reason not to try. The byproduct of all of the pure science done at CERN has already resulted in new therapies for cancer treatments, better medical imaging, more efficient electric cars, more sensitive radiation detectors that we now use in space.
That's what they're telling us. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course. Data
There's
centers.
Yep. There's always the front, and there's always the truth behind it.
Amen.
And my favorite, a new way for scientists to communicate, now called the World Wide Web. All of that and more.
Al Gore made that.
At CERN. We don't know what we'll come up with next.
I'm trying to get as many as I can. It's my pleasure, darling. I'm glad to help. It's
Well,
a family
yeah.
affair. You guys are like love medicine for my soul. Thank
Oh,
you
that's
all for
lovely.
always being here. You're absolutely
That's sweet.
welcome, Angel. I
Yeah, you're
truly
welcome. You
appreciate
really
you.
do.
Absolutely. God bless, son. Very much so. We love having you here.
Definitely. Yeah, data centers. I'm not a fan of either.
Right. I fully agree.
And what we could do if we had a better, deeper understanding of what gives things mass. The future always sounds like sci-fi until we build it. And listen, I am not at all qualified to figure out if this specific collider is what we should build. And there are other ideas out there, like a muon collider and a linear collider. There's a proposal for a very powerful collider built in China. But we won't know what's possible without spending on this kind of pure research.
And what's embarrassing is for Europe, they still spend twice as much on defense. The U.S. spends 10 times as much on defense.
That we admit to.
Now, and that can very well be true. But we need to get to a world that's better than that.
It would be reasonable to say, hey, maybe we should spend this money on other research that would apply more directly to improving people's lives right now, today. But is that a real choice?
That's a false choice. Fundamental research is essential to be able to do any of that applied research. It'd be like saying, okay, we're going to have universities and maybe secondary education, but we're going to cut out elementary school and
Yeah.
no kindergarten. I feel that we're the kindergarten. We're the very, very basics. You have to have all of it.
We have come so far in our understanding of the universe, but there is so much left to learn. Like, what's all that extra stuff that we can't see? And where did we come from? And what's coming next? And I think most importantly, while we're here, what we start.
I don't know that I want to know, folks.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Some questions don't need to be asked.
Agreed. certain things are better left unsaid. Holy
Yeah.
crazy shit, Angel.
100%. Woo!
Wow.
Damn. God damn.
Again.
You got a
Unbelievable.
guitar. Let
Unbelievable.
you.
Looks like Canadian Mom, Catherine Harvey, Rhonda She Devil, Blue, Life, Love, a True Crime, Beverly 502, Mary Angel, B. Beckfest, Jackie K, Harper Jane, and Susie Q. Congratulations and wow.
Welcome to Sash.
Thank you so much. Amazing, Angel.
You-
God
You're
bless.
welcome.
man.
Even over. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Wow. That is unbelievable. Thank you so much. All right. This is about done, this video here.
Spend our time on shows who we are. If aliens come to Earth one day and they look at what we have built, I would want them to see enormous monuments dedicated to knowledge. I would want them to understand through what we have built that we are a species who seeks to learn and tries to do better and aches to find where we belong in a universe that we can barely understand. I would want them to see that yes, we are limited, and yes, we have conflict, and yes, we can only glimpse such a tiny slice of the full scale of reality. But man, we try so hard. And that is something that we can all be very proud of, because the effort that we put in today can lead to a world we can't even imagine.
Well, that was fun. I love her. I love her attitude, her energy, her passion. I really, I lose with her when she refuses to question the mainstream narrative. But
I agree.
But I do like her. Yeah.
No, I agree. She's very good at what she
You know
does.
what she reminds me of? She reminds me of kind of like a Neil deGrasse Tyson. And no offense, but that son of a bitch has been gatekeeping for decades, and that motherfucker knows so much more than he. That's my personal thing with him.
Right. Right. So the last thing that I'm going to throw out tonight on this, guys, is somebody that worked within CERN, an insider, has spoken out now, talking about something is wrong with reality now. So this goes back to the whole basis of what we talked about tonight and why. I thought this would be interesting to show you guys.
I like that. The rest of us are like, yeah, we've been telling you for a minute.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Oh yeah, I've seen her. You gotta have some balls to whistleblow on CERN.
Uh-huh. Yeah, think about it. And she's probably no longer with us, to be honest with
Probably.
you. I wouldn't doubt
Yeah,
it.
this was a few months ago. So
All right, here we go.
In the reality, they are disclosing that they are doing all this type of research on wormholes, black holes, change of time and space. I mean, officially.
Yes, she's talking about CERN. And something strange happened there in November 2009. CERN's director of research, Sergio Bertolucci, made a very interesting statement.
This director of CERN says that the Titanic machine may possibly create or discover previously unimagined scientific phenomenon or unknown unknowns. For instance, an extra dimension. Out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. There would be an open door, but that even with the power of the LHC at his disposal, he would only be able to hold it open a very tiny lapse of time, 10 to 26 seconds.
Yeah, same, Angel.
During that infinitesimal amount of time, we will be able to peer into this open door, either by getting something out of it or sending something into it. Of course, adds Bertolucci, after this tiny moment, the door would again shut, bringing...
Understand something? We're not supposed to be doing this. Okay.
No.
There's things that are put in place that we're supposed to be for a reason. And this is where people are playing God.
Yep.
And don't need to be. Okay.
You know.
So here again.
Yes, 100%. And I was saying this to my mom about 3 weeks ago, and it was something that Elon said. It directly reminds me of this right here.
what they're showing us, when they show us a technology, they've already had it for 20 or 30 years.
Oh,
That
they're way
means-
ahead of this. Yeah.
Yeah, that means they were ripping open those portals back in the 70s with the Stranger Things Montauk, 100%, and now they're admitting to it, which means that this next upgrade, they know exactly what they're doing with it.
The next thing to come is going
And
to
we
be,
will find out in 15, 20 years.
yeah, and it'll probably be the end, folks.
Right. I think, the rumors I've heard, and this kind of ties in, go back into it, but that they're trying to summon.
Yeah, well, this
You know?
whole thing, the basis, I don't know if you guys have seen this, that what we just watched, the opening for CERN, it's been stated by many, many people, even people have spoke out from the Vatican, and I'm
Yeah.
not getting into religion here, I'm just telling you,
Same.
that was a satanic ritual.
Yeah.
Now, everybody has heard of the coming of the Antichrist, okay?
Yep.
The theory was that that's what that was all about.
And it's not me. I'm not the Antichrist.
No, neither am I, but
Yeah.
thank God.
Yeah.
That's what that's all about. It's happened, and I'm not going into that saying believe or don't believe or any of that, but that's what this is all about to bring forth the end of existence.
I'll tell you, I didn't believe in the Antichrist or being able to summon them until this CERN shit.
Yeah, right. Watching all of that take place was like, what in the actual hell is going on right now, and why?
Yeah.
And that's a good point too. Are they building a bigger one to fix what they fucked up?
No.
Or trying to get out of it, or are they just saying fuck it, we're going to take it all?
Yeah, I think they're just upgrading. Yeah.
Absolutely.
One rumor was they were trying to take the entire 3D grid and transfer it into a whole nother universe that they could have control over. That's insane.
That's where people's minds are nowadays.
That's
It's all
beyond
about power.
insane.
Power and control.
Yeah.
And that's why this is conspiracy for sure, folks, but is it really?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Listen to this though.
Us back to our normal 4-dimensional world.
This is Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger, a Swiss scientist who spent decades in research and worked with major institutions in Geneva with access to a lot of internal information. In recent years, she decided to start speaking publicly about things that take a lot of courage to say out loud. In this video, you'll hear some things that may shake your worldview. I think she revealed more than she should have. Watch this.
She invited me to see everybody and put me at the table of 2 physicists from the CERN, one in Geneva, one in Portugal, because there are many other mini CERNs. It's not just Geneva. I said, so how many dimensions officially are living in the CERN? They both said 17, very affirmatively.
CERN is a major physics research center near Geneva, on the border between Switzerland and France, where scientists study the structure of reality at the smallest scale. Its main machine is the Large Hadron Collider, a 27-kilometer underground ring where particles are accelerated close to the speed of light and collided. This is how the Higgs boson was discovered in 2012, the particle linked to why matter has mass. What most people don't know, and this is where it gets interesting. When the Large Hadron Collider was about to start in 2008, there was a concern among some physicists about the scale of the experiment. The LHC operates at energy levels never reached before in a laboratory. Some theoretical models suggested that unusual phenomena could occur at those energies, including the formation of microscopic black holes or other exotic states of matter. This uncertainty led to legal challenges. In 2008, a lawsuit was filed in a US court asking for the LHC to be stopped. The case was dismissed because the court had no jurisdiction over CERN. The decision was appealed and dismissed again. Between 2008 and 2010, similar complaints were filed in European courts. None of them stopped the experiments. The legal decisions did not assess whether the experiments were safe. They only established that the courts could not intervene. As a result, the LHC was switched on. From that point on, humanity began running experiments that recreate conditions similar to those that existed shortly after the Big Bang. And that's just a small detail. Watch this.
They said about 2018 there was a bank. Actually, one of the criticisms is that they had changed something in the reality, and that they had changed time, space, and they opened other realities. And isn't it at that time that Marvel started to do a lot of movies on multi-dimensional Doctor Strange?
Yes, the multiverse. Yep.
Yeah, multiverse.
Yes, I know, this kind of information is hard to process. It doesn't fit into how we normally understand reality. And what makes this more disturbing is that there are a lot of real-world examples that lines up with what Dr. Astrid is describing, something that happened and that still has no clear explanation. I'm going to show you one example that might leave you speechless. I really don't understand how that happened, but maybe you know. Before I show it you, one quick clarification. You see these clips? Maybe you think I filmed this myself or that I made these animations. But I didn't. All of this comes from Storyblocks, the platform that I use to make these videos. And now I'm happy to say they're sponsoring the channel. Everything I need is short generics. Honestly, it's one of the one set price with unlimited stock media. Or click the link. In 2009, Fiona Broom was the first to notice something strange. Large groups of people were sharing the same memories, and those memories didn't match reality. Not isolated mistakes, but collective ones. She later called this the Mandela effect. I'm sure you already heard of it. The timing is interesting because it's exactly the same period when the Large Hadron Collider was being switched on and tested. The first beam circulated in 2008, and the first major collisions happened in 2009. Two completely different things happening at the same time. On one side, the largest physics experiment in history begins operating, and on the other, people start noticing that their shared memories are coming up with recorded reality. It may be nothing. It may be coincidence, but the overlap in timing is hard to ignore, and that's why this connection keeps coming up again and again. Not as proof of anything, but just as a pattern that feels a little too strange to be random. Do you remember the Monopoly Man? Did he have a monocle or not? Well, the official version says he never had one, but a large segment of the population remembers him with a monocle. I remember him clearly with a monocle. This is something I really want.
This is so wild to me because think about when we really truly started to notice a lot of this Mandela effect.
Yep. 100%.
It's around the exact same time, folks.
I started. Yep, around 2009, 2010. I started first hearing about those. I did my first video on Mandela effect about a year ago. It's in my YouTube channel, but I did the big three, and I'm still to this day I'm shook by the big three. To me, the big three is Star Wars. It was always Luke, I am your goddamn father. 2, Lamb Chops was it's the song that goddamn never ends. It's not the song that doesn't end. It's just not.
It's and the song that never ends. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the song that doesn't end. That doesn't even fit in a fucking rhyme scheme. Anyway. And the cornucopia. I know for a fact there are so many dudes that don't even know, that only know what a fucking cornucopia is because of their goddamn underwear, Fruit of the Looms.
Yes, I remember. You are correct.
So.
Yeah, and the whole Nelson Mandela thing.
Yeah, I thought he died. I thought he died.
So did I. The Berenstain Bears.
Berenstain Bears. That's a big one.
All of that. And I never. Here's the thing, folks. Let me ask you a question.
How about Mirror, Mirror on the Wall?
No, right.
It's Magic Mirror on the fucking wall. That's not right.
Right. Gen X is very smart, folks. We're all very smart, very observant, always have been. Why didn't we notice these things 25, 35 years ago?
Because they weren't happening.
Thank you. They were not happening until. Right? Or I mean, I'm sure there were some things that were like that, but all of this, come on.
Nah, not all of it. Dude, the list I'm sure you've done it. The Mandela list, like I have like 4 videos at this point, 3 each. That's just like the big 15. Like there's so many.
There's so many of them. Yes, there was a lot. Like I remember when I covered it, there was like just like 10, 20 of them, right?
Yeah.
That were like very prominent. There's so many of them now you can't even keep track, you guys.
Yep, Jiffy, Skippy, that thing.
A whole bunch of stuff now that is completely out of realm. Crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let this go. I just wanted to point that out very much so.
Yeah, I like that.
To share in this video because it's really messing me up. So if he didn't have a monocle, Why does the Monopoly Man appear wearing one in the movie?
Ace Ventura, pet detective. And you must be the Monopoly guy. Hey.
Yep.
Thanks for the free parking.
And not just that. Here's an article
R.I.P. Jim Carrey.
a newspaper that mentions this common memory of the Monopoly Man wearing a monocle. One of many old references that describe the Monopoly Man with a monocle. And all of this is kindly confirmed by Max Lowen, known as the world's smartest kid, who strangely disappeared from the internet after his famous video.
What happened was we made this universe sort of out of balance, and our universe.
The collider, the super collider.
Yeah, we altered the weight of a single electron, which I believe shifted us into a parallel universe.
He's suggesting that reality doesn't exist as one single fixed timeline. Instead,
I'm going to give you 3 examples that I saw. 3. I read stories. These were people I watched. I read the stories and I watched their testimony to this. One was a woman that woke up one morning to go to work like she did every day for 35 years. She got up, got dressed. She noticed that when she got up that her house looked slightly different. That she was tired. She thought nothing. She went in to make her breakfast. Her husband had gone to work already. She didn't see him that morning. So she goes to the place of employment. I covered this once already before on my channel once. But she goes to her place of employment. And it looks like the building is the same, but it's different at the same time. So she pulls in to a parking spot she always parked in. It was numbered. I can't remember the number right now. But it was no longer that number. It was a different number. Same spot, same place, same everything. Different number.
Creepy.
So she's like, what the hell? Anyway, she parks there, goes into her, I think she worked on the 3rd floor for 35 years of this building. She goes to the 3rd floor and it's not the floor she works on. It's not the same department. It's not anything.
Whoa.
So she goes back out. She's looking around. She's trying to figure out what the hell's going on and realizes that her department is actually on the 6th floor, not the 3rd floor. So she goes up to the 6th floor. She goes to work and she's again like, what the hell's going on? This is so weird. I don't understand, but whatever. And just goes on about her day. She does her job. Different people. She works with different people now. The day before, she worked with these people for 35 years. The next day, she goes home, goes to bed, gets up, comes back, and these are all different people.
It's the same building. That's
same building.
Crazy.
Absolutely. Different people, same department, different floor, different parking space, everything. She does her job. She goes home. When she goes home, realizes that her husband is home, but he does not seem to be the same person. Goes through the whole thing.
Oh,
God, there were no kids involved, thank God, but everything, has dinner. They're talking back and forth like nothing's weird, but is not the same person. She goes to bed that night. Mind blown, gets up and everything's the way it was the day before.
Dude.
What the hell, folks? Okay. They're saying that these are tears in reality where they've shifted to another dimension per se, time shift. Yeah. And yes, you absolutely have no doubt but to say,
right? Perfect timing. I love that.
100%. 100%. Okay. And it's happened. I've read 3 different stories like this.
I'd start wondering, like, did I fuck with the wrong gin or some shit? Are there actually gin? I'd start wondering that. Like, that's crazy.
She thought she was losing her mind. And I mean,
that scares me even more too. If you can just slip in and slip back out,
it makes you wonder because it's all the same things. Like driving through the city she lived in to go to work that day.
Right. Everything the same, just slightly rearranged.
Yes, 100%. It was all the same stuff, but it was in different places, different type. A couple things were closed down that weren't the day before. 100%. 100%.
You know what that reminds me of? Did you ever watch the movie The One, Jet Li?
Yeah.
It reminds me of that kind of idea.
Yes. Yeah. It does. It does.
Maybe we could go around and, steal
a reality shift into another dimension.
Yeah.
And the basis from that to this is like, whoa.
Yeah.
But again, when did it happen and how? And it makes you wonder if that's what this is. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's wild. Logan's Run. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'll shut up. I just wanted to tell you guys about that. Yeah, the Wizard of Oz, right?
There are many parallel versions of reality that exist at the same time. These versions are almost identical, but not completely. There are small differences between them. Most of the time, they're so small that we don't notice them. Max's idea is that sometimes we move from one version of reality to another, and when that happens, things that we remember from the previous version don't always match what exists in the current one. He believes that this is what the Mandela effect is. Not a memory error, but a mismatch between what we remember and the version of the reality that we're currently in. The differences are small in theory, maybe just 1%, but on a human level, that 1% can feel very large. Now look at this image. You see the
Yep.
One more thing I'm going to say to you guys. How many times, and I've had this happen with my wife and I, more times than I can count. How many times, we always blame it on getting old. It's funny that you guys said that in the chat, but I know for a fact that me and my wife have both done it on both sides. We've told each other something. Okay? Like, I'm going to go get a new tire put on the car tomorrow. Okay. The next day, I'm talking to her and she's like, you never told me that. Yes, I did. No, we never talked about it.
Hold on, Dago. You're dating a woman.
Well, I'm married to her, but yeah.
Yeah, you're dating. That makes sense. Yeah.
Well, but it's happened the other way around too, bro. Like she's told me things and I'm like, no, you didn't. We've never had the conversation, and she knows she had this conversation with me.
And unfortunately, she's dating a man, and we're both of those are human, unfortunately.
Right, but these things are so like detailed intricacies that it's like she gets so upset. Like I'm not crazy, and I've done the same thing. It's happened more times than none, folks. So it makes you wonder: is it that we're losing our minds, or was it an alter reality that we slipped into for a minute and we made that happen there and came back?
Oh, bro, that just hit me. Okay, huh? That's a fucking good question right there.
It makes you wonder. I'm not saying I believe these things. All I'm telling you is there a slip here and there?
Is it just memory and attention and being caught up in everything, or is there actually possibly the person that you said that the version of them that you said yesterday is not the same version that's in you in this timeline?
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. This stuff has made me think about that a lot, and that's like, is it possible? Or is it truly just a mind fuck? Honestly.
Hey, I love the mental exercise at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is definitely something to consider. I've never thought about that. Those kind of quick.
Here's the strange thing. Is with some of this stuff, Mandela stuff, okay? When you go back to like somebody in chat just said it. My Monopoly game is 1974, and the cards drawn out for chance, the Monopoly man has no eyepiece. Now, I'm telling you, I had an old game too, and I swear to Christ, back in the day, the dude had the fucking eyepiece, okay? Now, here's what my problem is was it a reality shift, and it changed everything? What I mean by change it, like, you know how that whole theory went back, and if you go back,
we would be in a totally different timeline. That is the idea. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
To be honest, timeline shifting is something that I could only really allow myself to give some kind of like plausibility to in the past 2 years, and it actually makes tons of sense more recently. And I think we do. I think our choices. I wrote a poem about this recently in the past little bit. I think there is something to our choices that we make in the right now, right? Every moment affects the timeline that we're going to be on tomorrow.
That's absolutely. But let me hold on, because I'm going to forget my thought.
Yeah.
So, bingo. That's another point right there. Think about that for a few minutes. So, real quick. Shit. I think I forgot it already. God damn it.
3333.
It doesn't work for me. It'll come back to me. I'll let this play, but it'll come back as it's playing, I'm sure.
Red on the Coca-Cola can, right? Well, if I zoom in, there's actually no red in this picture. No red pixels at all. Now I'm zooming out, and the red appears, and most people still see red. This image shows how unstable our perception really is. It shows that what we experience as reality is already a mix of what's out there and what the brain adds on top. So when something feels off, when memory and reality don't match, the problem isn't simple. It could be memory, it could be perception, or it could be something deep.
Okay, I remembered it. So you guys have seen it in multiple movies, I'm sure, stories, that if a time machine were to exist, thank you, Queen Joker. If a time machine were to exist and you go back in time, it was in Back to the Future, okay? You don't mess with anything, because if you do, you'll change the reality of the future, right?
Yeah. Butterfly effect. Yeah.
Right. What if that something is part of what reality truly is, folks? Okay. I'm not saying that you're going back in time, but if you're
retrocausality.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Holy
Thank
shit.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. So think about that for a minute. Maybe that if this thing did some kind of fucking crazy shit to like a reality shift or something,
that has to be possible.
Did it alter time? Did it alter like the reality from the past to now is all I'm saying.
Did they literally fuck with the fabric of reality?
That's what it's pointing at. If you believe in this, I'm not saying you have to either. I'm not saying I do either. Once again, all I'm telling you is if this is reality, if this is what it really is, could that be possible? You know what I mean? I know that's pretty deep, folks, and it's late, so I don't.
To be honest,
scramble your
I think under certain conditions that has to be fucking true. Have they met those conditions? That's a good question, but yeah, I guess. Wow, retrocausality is a potential. That's crazy.
That statement right there, Love and Other Habits. Are we running in place?
Yeah, that's a great question. I am running in place, but with scissors. Shout out to Weird Al.
Yes, absolutely. My kid would come to me and start talking about what I was thinking. That happens all the time. All the time. Just think about that. Think about everything that we go through now and how it's differed from 20 years ago.
Definitely.
Yes. Changing the fabric of your reality. Like the underwear commercial. Yes.
Are you and your kid autistic? Because that's probably an instant connection.
Yeah. He is. I was never diagnosed because they didn't do that back then. But
they just didn't diagnose. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I am too.
Yeah, you definitely are. Shout out. Alien spectrum design. It's not a defect.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's my typo negative blood. There you go.
I love that. Yeah. Dude, I used to love typo negative was my first obsession in metal.
No, I love
good times.
Pete Steele was the shit.
For sure.
Anyway, moving on.
Like CERN. These institutions publish their agendas, their brochures, their official research topics. They talk about space and time, black holes, wormholes, quantum physics, entanglement. That becomes the accepted narrative, but as a regular person, you have no real way to verify any of this. You can't check a black hole.
Sure. Cheers, Aurora.
Think about that statement, Aurora. I can't
100%.
believe how many people are waking up, expanding their minds. Kudos, everyone. You guys remember how we've been told our whole lives that we only use a percentage of our brain?
Definitely. And a small percentage.
Very small. Has anybody ever wondered what that's all about and why? Maybe
Definitely.
it's locked out. We can't use it.
Yep.
Because we can't access it in this form. Okay. Is all I'm saying. I talked to last time we had another show like this about altered or not altered reality, but when people pass on, do they really pass away and die, or do they move on to a higher level of consciousness? Okay.
Yeah. Right.
That all folds into all of this.
Yeah.
It all rolls into all of this. If we move on to a higher level of consciousness every time somebody passes away, in that consciousness level, do they keep going upward? And does your mind open more as we go? That's all I'm saying. And base it into all of this type of stuff. We don't know anything about who we are.
True.
We don't know anything about where we truly come from. We don't know anything about anything. If you think about it, other than, and I know this sounds ridiculous, we don't know anything about anything other than what we know which is what we're supposed to know. Think about
And
it.
we're
Like that.
well, and we're finding out now 80-90% of the manufactured bullshit intentionally meant to deceive us.
Yeah, right. So I know this is all crazy shit, folks, but that's why we're in the Cafe Conspiracy tonight. So
Yeah. Hey, bless every mind that can think, that can question the way that everyone else tells you things are, to a degree where you're like, no, something's not right, and I'm not going to just be okay with just saying it's all right.
no, we all just accept daily life for what it is because most people are, one, afraid to access it or to talk about it.
Yeah.
Or two, people don't have time to see it or access it or talk about it. Okay.
Yep.
Just saying.
Or the energy.
You can't observe.
Yes, sir.
A wormhole and you can't see subatomic particles. You don't have access to those places. You don't have the tools and you don't have the raw data. So what ends up happening is that they explain the invisible and we're expected to accept the explanation, not because we can confirm it, but because we can't. Not because it's necessarily wrong, but because it's structurally impossible for most people to verify. That creates a gap between what is happening and what can be independently checked. And that gap is where trust replaces verification.
Now they want to do a collidron loop. It is 27 kilometers, and now they want to do 91 kilometers. They say it's not enough. We have to just get the collision between the subatomic particles. Okay, we can imagine that it's correct, that it's possible, but how can we verify anything? It's very puzzling.
So the question naturally becomes, why there? Why was CERN built near Geneva? Officially, the answer is simple. Switzerland is politically neutral, stable, centrally located in Europe, and able to host an international scientific organization without geopolitical tension. But when you step back and look at the physical location, not just the political one, the choice becomes more interesting. CERN sits in a very specific part of Europe, close to the Alps and near the Mont Blanc Massif, the highest mountain in Western Europe. This is one of the most geologically complex and active regions on the continent. Mont Blanc is not just a mountain. It's a massive geological structure sitting on top of deep fault systems, tectonic pressure zones, and complex rock formations. Researchers in geophysics and geobiology have pointed out for years that large mountain ranges are associated with unusual natural phenomena, natural electric currents in the ground, variations in the Earth's electromagnetic field, and strong mechanical stress in certain minerals like quartz, which can produce electric effects under pressure. Now, there's no official story for that, of course, but it does raise a reasonable question. If you were going to build a machine that pushes matter and energy to their limits, wouldn't you want to place it somewhere that's already geologically stable, structurally strong, and capable of supporting massive underground installations? Then there's the next layer, the one that humans have been pointing at for thousands of years. When people talk about energy grids, they usually point to the same strange pattern. The most important structures in human history don't seem to
ley lines
randomly. The Great Pyramid of Giza sits in a very precise position on the planet and is aligned with true north with extreme accuracy. Stonehenge was built to line up with the solstices. Machu Picchu was placed on a ridge between major fault lines and important astronomical lines. Angkor Wat mirrors the movement of the sun during the equinoxes. Teotihuacan was built on a precise geometric layout that matches stellar cycles. These places weren't chosen by accident. So when people look at this and talk about an energy grid, what they really mean is that humans have always been drawn to certain locations, places that feel different, places that sit at the intersection of geography, astronomy, and meaning. And when you map enough of these places, patterns start to appear. So we're told CERN is in Switzerland for political reasons, but that may not be the whole story. We're also told that the Mandela effect isn't real, that it's just bad memory, coincidence, confusion. But when you look at how many clear examples there are, that explanation starts to feel incomplete. The most popular example is that a lot of people remember the Berenstain Bears as Berenstein with an E, because that spelling feels more familiar. But the book is always spelt with an A. People remember
I grew up on those
in the Fruit of the Loom logo. It was never there. Jif peanut butter is remembered as Jiffy. The brand was always just Jif. People remember Looney Tunes as Looney Tunes. It's always been Tunes. Some remember Mickey Mouse wearing suspenders.
Definitely.
Pikachu is remembered with a black
stripe
tail. Never existed. Many remember Tinkerbell dotting the I in the Disney logo. That version never existed. Some people remember the Mona Lisa as frowning. The painting has, of course, never changed.
The whole movie about that shit.
Delivering giant checks for Publishers Clearing House. He never did. Many swear there was a movie called Shazam with Sinbad.
It was.
There wasn't.
I grew up in that universe.
Darth Vader saying, "Luke, I am your father."
Goddamn right.
Different.
No, I am your father.
And many remember the mirror saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall." The line,
Magic mirror on the wall.
Bullshit.
The movie Forrest Gump with the line, Life
is like a bike of chocolate.
The line in the movie is,
Life was like a box of chocolate.
Is like.
It's a small change, but almost everyone remembers it in the present tense. In The Silence of the Lambs,
So is.
clearly remember Hannibal Lecter saying, "Hello, Clarice."
Yeah.
That line is never spoken in the film.
Good morning.
In Star Trek, fans often quote, "Beam me up, Scotty," but that line has never been said in that way in the original series.
Beam me up, Mr. Spock. Beam me.
No shit. A new one.
What the actual hell?
Seriously? That's a good one. That's a good new one for me.
Hello, Clarice was absolutely positively part of that fucking movie.
That one I'm aware of. That one's definitely true too. But this one's a fucked up one I haven't seen before.
And I remember Beam Me Up, Scotty.
I say it all the time. I say it in so many of my videos. I say, "Beat me up, bitches."
This is wild, you guys. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Wow. This is worse than I thought.
Definitely. When you hear them all together, it's great.
It makes it so much worse.
Really does. Really does.
Orders, beam us up.
In Risky Business, people remember Tom Cruise wearing sunglasses during the famous dance.
Definitely.
In the actual scene, he's not wearing sunglasses.
Really?
You have got to be fucking kidding.
I mean, that's such an iconic moment.
He did have sunglasses on.
You know how bad I know that is. I have done. Not to get into anything about this, but old ladies used to think my first celebrity I got accused of looking like was Tom Cruise, back before the beard and everything. And old ladies, I did get hired one time to be in my underwear with shades on.
Yeah. I used to laugh and make fun.
Deal with whitey tighties and the shades.
Yeah, I did this a couple times, just being funny with the glasses and everything. Yes, I
We all
swear to
did.
God there were glasses.
And
on,
every
yes.
single time, I swear to God, all of us, we always had the shades. It was the whitey tighties and the fucking shades.
Yep. Yeah, he had 100%. That is wild, you guys. That is wild.
They're fucking with our reality.
That's nuts.
Glasses. In Disney's The Little Mermaid, many people remember Ariel having a shiny silver seashell bra. In reality, purple. In the original Star Wars trilogy,
This one's fucked up.
As completely gold, but one of his legs is actually silver.
Yeah, you're not going to convince me that.
No
Never
way.
gonna convince me that.
No.
You're never going to convince me any of the Star Wars ones. I know all the Star Wars ones. You never convinced me any of those.
Okay, I had all of the Star Wars figures, Davey, because I still collect action figures.
Love it.
If in the movie, if he had one silver leg, then why were all the action figures solid gold?
100%. 100%.
That's bullshit.
Wait, why do I know him as Copper 3PO if he had a silver leg?
That's exactly
in my head. That's always I call him was Copper 3PO, C3PO, Copper 3PO. I thought that was a C.
Yeah, he was never had a silver leg. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
Beam me up, Scotty.
100%. 100,000%.
This is nuts.
In the movie Apollo 13, people remember the line, "Houston, we have
a problem."
The actual line is,
Houston, we have a problem.
in Dirty Harry, the famous line is remembered as, "Do you feel lucky, punk?"
Lucky punk.
The actual dialogue is different.
Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
In children's books, many people remember
Curious George is another good one. He definitely had a fucking tail.
They're changing everything.
Like it would have been really weird if the motherfucker didn't have a tail.
Yeah, he had a tail.
Curious George having a tail. He never had one. In The Wizard of Oz, many people remember the Wicked Witch saying, "Fly, my pretties, fly." She actually says something slightly different.
Now fly! Fly!
In the Flintstones, many people remember the name as the Flintstones without the second T. The real name has always been the Flintstones. In The Lion King, people remember Simba saying, "Remember who you are," in a different scene and context than it actually happens.
Yeah, Mustafa.
We Are the Champions by Queen. People remember
Yeah, this is one.
ending with "of the world."
Yeah.
The studio version does not include that final line.
You've got to be kidding.
So
me.
I karaoke and I sing and I do covers of Queen all the time. I love fucking Freddie Mercury, and I sing the wrong words. I guess every fucking time I sing the wrong words.
I've always said "of the world" at the end.
Always.
Of it.
Always.
I always remember hearing it.
That means every person that I've ever sang with at every karaoke place I've ever sang Queen with has never corrected me either.
That's insane.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good one.
Many people remember the genie saying, "I'm trapped in a lamp," in a specific scene that never happened. In The Matrix, many remember Morpheus saying, "What if I told you?" That line never appears that way in the film. In Jurassic Park, people remember the T-Rex breaking through the fence from a flat surface that shouldn't logically allow it, a memory mismatch caused by how the scene is edited. In Toy Story, many people remember Woody saying,
"Reach for the sky."
in a scene that doesn't exist. In the cartoon Scooby-Doo, people remember Shaggy.
Wait a minute. Stop.
That one I'm not familiar with because I've never actually watched Toy Story.
My head's gonna explode. I swear to God that is exactly what Woody says, because my kids had a doll, a toy that you pulled a string on its back, and he said all the sayings. That was one of the sayings. I swear to you. I'm telling you, I know that for a fact.
You should see if they have that toy anymore.
I don't think my kids do, but that I bought it for him. I know that it did.
Yeah.
In fact, my son dressed up as him, one of my oldest children, dressed up as Woody for Halloween, and he walked around saying that all the time. There's a snake in my boot. Yep, exactly. This is correct, and this is my favorite ever cartoon. It still is.
One of mine
still
too.
watch it. I'm absolutely obsessed with Scooby-Doo. I have been since I was a kid.
Definitely Scooby-Doo.
And if they're changing this shit, I'm done.
Shaggy wearing a darker green shirt.
I don't think they're changing it. They've already changed it.
Yeah. I mean, what the?
They have to know what they've done.
can
They
you
have
see
to know
the-
what they've done. They have to talk about this shit. Here's my question: is do they know they're doing these things beforehand? Are they programming these things beforehand, or is this just a byproduct? Or they're just like, fuck it, we'll see what they figure out. Fuck them. You
Great
know?
question. Yeah, it's like a game.
Light green. In Indiana Jones, many people remember the fedora scene differently than it actually plays out. In The Jungle Book, people remember Baloo wearing a coconut bra disguise.
Okay.
That never happened. In
Baloo
Tom
and his
and
bra.
Jerry, many people remember Tom talking regularly. He almost never speaks.
That's
remember him
bullshit. He talked. He did talk a few times.
He did
I do.
little things.
Yes, I know this kind of stuff messes with your head a little. There are way more examples than
A
we
little?
can fit in one video.
Yeah,
I'm
a
really
little.
curious what you remember and what you don't. Let me know in the comments. So, that's it for today. Again, I'm not here to tell you what to think or what to believe. I'm just showing you another way of looking at things.
Appreciate that. You never can convince me of the Fruit of the Loom, Berenstein Bears. You never can convince me of any of the Star Wars. Nope. The Pokemon. Nope.
There is no way in hell. No. Okay. I know for a fact the Pokemon is wrong. I
Yep.
know for a fact that the C3PO never had a
Yeah, he
silver
was
leg.
copper. He was all one fucking copper
Yeah.
goddamn
Solid-
color.
Solid color. That's so stupid. So I can't believe that.
This is the most, for us nerds, there has never been a more iconic line than Luke, I am your father. There's
father.
never been a more iconic line. I can't think of one.
No, you're right.
I
That's a fact.
got chills. The first time I saw that, look, my dad and I had a rocky relationship. He was a difficult man, not to get into that. However, I remember the few times we had bonding moments. That was one of those bonding moments.
Luke, I am your father.
Your
Yes.
father.
Freddy says that the Fruit of the Loom was both versions. I remember the cornucopia. I do.
100%.
And I definitely remember, because I'm a huge horror movie fan, I definitely remember Hello, Clarice.
Hello, Clarice.
I said it
100%.
myself.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah, and I was obsessed with Silence of the Lambs when I was a kid. I loved things that could scare me, and I would shit myself but still watch them. And I definitely remember Hello, Clarice.
Yes, it's very strange that this is even...
The way he said it was so iconic. It was a moment that stood out in that movie. It was gross, it was dirty, and it was also like...
Yeah.
It was also almost seductive in the way he said it.
It was sexual in a way.
Yeah, it was a moment.
Yes, I agree. And yes, George had a tail.
Definitely
In fact, my sister had
They
a
tail on us
curious
here.
George. She had a curious George stuffed animal. It had a tail as well.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I feel like I am. I do. I feel like I'm broken. I swear to God.
No, right? 100%. 100%. I need to do more of those videos. Some of those were definitely new to me. The Star Trek one was different. How is that not beat me up fucking Scotty?
It always has been. That's
I've watched
bullshit.
every fucking Star Trek.
I used to too when I was a kid, for sure. All the
Fucking
Shatner's.
Generation. I even liked the fucking Voyage. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. All of Shatner's green and blue girlfriends that he found on different planets and all of that. Beam me up.
Shatner was a
Scotty.
man. I was banging crazy alien. He was always fucking cool. And it was always, beam me up, Scotty. I got some crazy alien 3-titty bitches with me. That was basically it, you know?
Yes. Those things, everything that they've changed is very memorable stuff, folks. It's insane. And yes, Morpheus did say that. What if I told you?
Everything in your life was a lie.
Yep. This is nuts, you guys. See? So again, going back to the basis of the entire show tonight. Are we living in a simulation? Did they change the program at one point? Did this super collider cause something to happen, a rip in reality? I mean, is it real? Is it not real? Is it conspiracy or is it real, folks?
Right.
That's the whole point behind it.
I've always considered we lived in a spiritual virtual simulation, the kind of thing where our souls got trapped in a technological matrix of a sort, a projected hologram of a sort, which science proved recently. So yeah.
And yes, Shaggy did have the big Adam's apple because he used to swallow because he was scared all the time. You watched it move.
Cool.
I remember. What an unbelievable night, you guys! Wild show,
fun stuff.
I'm grateful you joined me, Davey, because
Dude,
it's
same.
always fun.
Yeah, love it, Dago. Appreciate you and the chat. Awesome chat.
Of course.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
hope you guys enjoyed it tonight too.
Yeah, for sure.
Other than it pissing us all off at the end here, but you know.
It's just I think we're having a collective holy mindfuck moment.
I don't know what to say at this point. I really don't. Thank you so much, Angel. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And thank you
Angel,
so
you
much
rock.
for all of the gifted memberships. We have gained 45
good
new
show.
members tonight, you guys. 45 damn new members.
That's
amazing. Thank you, Potty.
I hope everyone. I'm sure the chat seemed to have fun. It was a good conversation. Got a lot. I love this.
Yes.
Love
This is why I started this secondary channel, guys, so that we can break away from the true crime for a while. Although I'm sorry if I broke everybody's minds tonight because I broke my own too. So
You did, Dago. You did. But
didn't mean to
I
do
think
that.
honestly, I love a broken mind. I know it's my own opinion, but that means you get to rebuild it from scratch and always be better.
It's a good idea. Too bad that. So if we are living in a simulation, folks, we need to find out where and how to hit the reset button so we can start all over and fix everything we fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Hangman. I appreciate you and Mrs. Hangman both and all of you guys.
You know, and to close though, I would rather know. I would always rather know. I would rather have as much information as I possibly could and go through it as much as I can. You know?
I fully agree with you, sir.
Yeah, this was great.
Story
Left
keeper.
with more
thank you,
questions
Shannon.
than answers for sure, which is that's a hell of a good session.
Yes. Guys, if you haven't seen the whole thing, thank you so much, Queen. Go back and rewatch I think you might enjoy it. You know, I've been wanting to touch on this for a little while, and I thought, what the hell, let's do it. I'm sorry I didn't get to do it last Sunday, but lots of stuff going on. But I wasn't going to miss it this week, so I'm glad you guys are here for it.
That's
Government
great.
mind control? I don't doubt it, Cruddy.
Thank you for the curating, man. That takes a lot of time behind the scenes, bro. That was awesome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
But I'm shocked by that CERN scene. I had not seen so much of that. That really did flip me. I'm going to have to.
That's why I refuse to watch that thing from beginning to end straight through, because it weirds me out that bad. I feel like
there's something demonic
going to happen. Yeah,
There's-
it's very demonic. Yeah.
Specifically demonic. Yeah. Very specifically ritually demonic.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch it, by the way, and you trust it, that's fine. I just don't want to show it like that. I had to break it up. So
Yeah,
you
no,
can
that's
go
the right
watch
way.
it. Yeah.
That's definitely the right way. If you go through that, do it at your own discretion and with your own protection, and make sure that you know that shit can come out. So
Absolutely. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
this
good
is
call.
what was said to me earlier. I forgot. 1 minute. I'm sorry. E-Potty, you did say that. My apologies.
I mean, it was hard not to notice the extreme Baphomet imagery all over everything. That one literal goat dude running around.
Right. Yeah, you are right with that too, guys. I don't know if you've ever seen Apple products, their headquarters.
Oh yeah.
It does look like, let me show you this real quick. This is kind of wild, y'all. I forgot all about this E-Potty. If you remember what the Super Collider looked like, okay? And pay attention to this just real quick here.
4 months before his death, he speaks to the Cupertino City Council to reveal one final project.
Apple's growing like a weed. And as you know, we've always been in Cupertino. Started in a little office park and eventually got the buildings we are in now at the corner of Deanza and 280.
The previous so-called Apple campus was no longer big enough for the growing company. The buildings, constructed in 1993, are arranged along a circular private road, Infinite Loop, named after a programming term for
Eddie,
a
you see
code
that?
that will run endlessly by itself. In order to cope with the growing number of employees, the company started acquiring more and more buildings in the area. Eventually, Apple was operating out of a chaotic mix of buildings that were originally developed entirely separately from one another, and are by no means ideal for a coherent office headquarters.
So we're renting buildings, not very good buildings either, at an ever greater radius from our campus. And it's clear that we need to build a new campus.
The plan was not to abandon the existing campus at Infinite Loop, but to expand it with a larger, modern one. Apple was able to acquire a large piece of land that is not only located nearby, but also sits directly on Interstate 280, which runs through the entire Silicon Valley, offering good accessibility for employees. A large part of this area was for sale because the computer company Hewlett-Packard closed their offices here, and Steve Jobs personally came full circle by acquiring this site, as it was somewhat personal to him.
When I was 13, I think, I called up Hewlett-Packard were my idols. And I called up Bill Hewlett because he lived in Palo Alto, and he picked up the phone, and I talked to him, and I asked him if he'd give me some spare parts for something I was building called a frequency. Nerd. And he did, but in addition to that, he gave me something way more important. He gave me a job that summer, a summer job at Hewlett-Packard, right here in Santa Clara off 280, the division that built frequency counters. And I was in heaven.
Frequency counters.
Well, right around that exact moment in time, Hewlett and Packard themselves were walking on some property over here in Cupertino, in Prune Ridge, and they ended up buying it. And they built their computer systems division there. And as Hewlett Packard has been shrinking lately, They decided to sell that property and we bought it.
Now, like I said, I'm only showing this to you because I forgot all about this. This is crazy when they show you the final product here.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Apple hired the design studio Foster and Partners by British architect Norman Foster, one of the most influential contemporary architects in the world. Foster's career initially took off in the 1970s when he made his name by creating machine-influenced buildings that borrowed industrial design elements for a modernist look. Over the decades, his style has evolved, and his newer buildings feature less harsh elements but an evolving modern aesthetic. His buildings display a functional modernity, a good fit as his design approach is akin to Apple's own product philosophy. In designing the new Apple campus, Foster worked closely with Steve Jobs, who had a very personal vision for the project, and Johnny Ive, then Apple's chief design officer, who, having worked at Apple since the late 90s, was about as renowned in the field of product design as Foster was in the field of architecture. It was the beginning of a special partnership of exceptional talents.
We've seen these office parks with lots of buildings, and they get pretty boring pretty fast. So we'd like to do something better than that. And the campus we'd like to build there is one building that holds 12,000 people.
The final complex,
We're building a circle.
Apple Park.
This is the facility. Now, tell me what that looks like to you.
Sure looks like the Hadron Collider.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. That's not even fully done, but
Looks like the LHC.
All of these guys, I'm telling you, these guys are insanely smart.
Are they just making portals? Are they just making their own personal portals?
I swear to God, Hangman, no lie. It's insane. I forgot all about this until ePotty brought it up. It's
I've
crazy.
never seen this, so this is blowing my mind. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's awesome, Angel Heart. I'll definitely subscribe.
Yeah, I'll subscribe, Angel Heart.
And it is characterized by its centerpiece, a single ring-shaped building surrounded by vast parkland. And while the campus itself is the result of a unique collaboration, the building is designed to enable exactly these types of collaborations. The parks should invite employees who may work in completely different parts of the building to cross paths and exchange ideas. The circular building is divided into 9 sections, each connected by a light-filled atrium. And although the building as a whole offers an enormous amount of space, due to the ring shape, it is not overwhelmingly large at any individual point. Within the individual segments, walkways lead around the building along the outer and inner rims. These walkways are separated from the outside only by a continuous wall made of glass.
It looks like a giant machine.
To the ceiling, allowing a panoramic view of the surroundings. Apple claims that these are the largest curved glass panels used in any building to date. And sticking out from the facade are white canopies, positioned to cast shade at the interior hallways. In addition, these elements are also part of the building's active ventilation system, bringing fresh air in from the outside. The office space is also kept very open, with glass walls laying out an open pot design. In this concept, the employees are given access to a large open floor plan where they can self-locate to available desks. This layout should increase collaboration and is inspired by co-working spaces and college campuses. But this vision of a modern working environment clashes with reality in many places. There are reports that some of Apple's employees dislike the OpenPod concept, with programmers struggling to concentrate in this new setup. Another place where employees come together is the central cafeteria. It is a single lunchroom for the entire building. The light-filled space that rises from the floor to the roof, offering a massive open room, is intended as yet another meeting space. And along the outer wall, there are 2 giant glass doors that can be opened to allow the interior of the building to flow seamlessly into the exterior landscape. When it came to the design of the parks, it was important to Steve Jobs that the landscape is a reflection of the California landscape he grew up around. The new campus is not only close to the previous campus, but also not far from where everything started for Jobs. His childhood home, where he assembled the
It looks
first
like it. It really does.
together with Steve Wozniak in 1970.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that. I'm surprised it doesn't hover, Suzmac.
It really does. It looks like a fucking Stargate.
All of these genius people, okay, Steve Jobs and all of these guys
go all the way to Jack Parsons. Yeah.
Think about the things they're doing and that they've done. They're gonna do all of it, folks. It all just kind of folds in together in a weird way. It's crazy.
It really does. Really does.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, I just wanted to show you the outcome of what it was, and I couldn't believe when I saw, just like Google.
I mean, it looks like a giant machine. It looks less like a building and more like a giant machine.
Exactly. That's because that's exactly what it is. If you think about it, it's a bunch of people working together as a giant machine.
Like, are they using the energy of the people as the electrical currency?
I wouldn't doubt it.
You know,
if you think about it,
they're all focused on the same shit. So that would be your focused energy. You've polarized energy now.
Absolutely. You're not wrong. It's nuts, folks. It's nuts. I forgot all about it. I'm glad that E-Potty brought that back to my
Yeah, thank you,
attention.
E-Potty. That's fucking
That's crazy.
Add more mush to the brain. I like that though.
Yeah, as if our brains aren't scrambled enough.
You know, earlier you said something and it reminded me of Trevor Moore. And I always wondered if his death was something like a portal. Or if he just got taken out, by the cabal or whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, anything.
Tom Hanks. Actually, he was very outspoken about a bunch of people, and Tom Hanks probably killed him. Never mind. Never mind. I think we just solved it. Solved it. He really was. I don't know if you ever got into him. He was one of my absolute favorites. I wanted to do Whitest Kids with him. I had a dream where I was going to do Whitest Kids with him because I'm like, my name's White.
There you go.
But he unfortunately passed. But
right.
Did some amazing stuff and exposed a lot of crazy shit that we now know is true. So he was not wrong. He and Isaac Cappy. Anyway.
Absolutely. Have you guys ever seen, not to mention these things, the new Rick and Morty episode about
Ooh.
I'm sure it probably is Kiss Me. I'll have to check it out.
Do enjoy that.
Yes. All these newer places that are basically running our world now, like Google headquarters, Apple headquarters. Google's another one. Like,
and Meta, they have way too much power.
Google is insane, folks.
Yeah.
It's another one. If you ever go look into Google's headquarters. It's nuts.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit at Google. Yeah.
It's wild. And they basically, it's free leaving all through the whole thing. Elon is another one. Yeah.
Elon is a big one. Well, I mean, if you do look into that thread of the rabbit hole, it's very hard not to see that from Jack Parsons all the way through Elon, through L. Ron Hubbard, even through Steve Jobs, and especially through Google, straight from DARPA, straight right from DARPA. Hey, we did this. Do you want to be the public face of it? Ooh, we're gonna pretend like we just made it up. By the way, we've had it for 30 fucking years, as usual.
Right. Yeah.
And then Google comes out and it's the most revolutionary thing ever. And people are like, how'd you fucking come up with this? This is amazing. You guys are geniuses. The whole fucking time. They're like, yeah, we are. We're fucking amazing. Yeah, suck. Yeah.
Yes. And this is what they all do. Even what's his name? That created Facebook.
Ducky.
Yeah. He's building a city.
Yeah.
A city for Facebook employees. An entire fucking city, folks.
Yeah, he's so
Google did the same thing.
I made one too many. He's a reptilian,
Mark,
and loves Skynet jokes, and that's how I got zucked permanently from Facebook.
Yeah.
So no more sunsets from Davey for Facebook. because he made one too many Skynet jokes, I guess.
Yeah, well, that
Let's
these
use them.
people are creating. It's almost like they're almost like cults. They're creating their
They are.
own
They are.
nation of people. It's crazy, guys.
The amount of censorship that they have gone through each in their own private ways has been really disturbing in the past little bit.
Yeah, if you're bored, go look up, of course, Apple headquarters. Go look up Google headquarters. Go look up Facebook City. They all exist. They all exist.
And then look up the batteries underneath the pyramids and the second Sphinx that they've now found right next to the other Sphinx, just buried.
There's other things. Those are things we're going to be getting into in the future. We're going to be looking into the bunkers underneath the Denver airport.
Love it. Yeah. Boy, that's a rabbit hole.
It is. We're going to be looking into the conspiracy behind the
gotta be inner Earth.
The lost cities beneath the Grand Canyon that you're
Love
not
it.
allowed to access.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wild stuff out here, you guys. A lot of wild stuff. So I'm looking
Love it.
forward to that.
I'm excited.
Yeah, Zuckerberg pisses me off, though. He really
Same.
does.
Same. 100%.
Do not care for. I don't like most of these guys, but it is what. Yeah, Hoover Dam. There's a whole conspiracy behind that one too.
Yeah, there's a big one there, for sure.
I got lots of stuff coming your way this way, you guys. I love doing this channel. Like I said, I have a lot of different loves. I'm very resourceful because I read so much and I look into so many different things. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm not saying I believe it either, but I still want to know about it.
Hell yeah. 100%.
The lost city of Atlantis. I have
Definitely.
thoughts on that in my
And
notebook
Lemuria.
as well.
We would love to do some Lemuria and Telos stuff.
Sumerian stuff. I've been looking at that
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, I love the ancient Sumerian texts. I started doing deep dives with Billy Carson and reading from Zachariah Sitchin's all the way through. And I've read the New Malish and the Atrahasis, and that's alien shit. It just is. It
Most
just is.
definitely. The weird thing is all of the stuff that has been put out there for years, and I mean years upon years upon
Decades.
years upon years,
some centuries.
Yes, it all relates to things that are going on right here,
Right
and
now. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Yeah, Mel's
There-
Hole. We'll be covering
Yep.
that too, Hangman.
Mel's Hole's an interesting one. Yeah.
It is, and also for anybody that may not be familiar with it, there's many, many, many rivers throughout the United States that contain something called a blue hole. Okay.
Ooh, what's that?
It's in the middle, like West Virginia, the Buchanan River. I've been to that one myself in West Virginia. It's a spot within the riverbed where there's no bottom.
Oh.
It just opens up and there's no bottom, and the water if you swim into the blue hole area, okay, the water is like ice cold. And
Oh.
outside of that area of the hole, the water goes
That's
back
cool.
to a normal temperature. It's very
That's
strange, and they're
very
throughout.
cool.
Yeah, they're found throughout multiple rivers in the all over the world.
See, when you said that, I thought you meant that the river had a Smurf with a big butt that liked anal stuff in there. So
I mean, it could be that if you look at it that way as well.
I like that
Yeah.
thought. Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, blue hole. Blue. I can't even say it now because I'm gonna laugh. Anyway, but yeah, we're gonna put together, and I want you guys in the comment sections or through emails or whatever. If there's anything you're specifically interested in us talking about here, send it to me. I will definitely do it for you.
Cool.
Because I have notebooks full of stuff that I can already refer to, but I may not have your specific thing you want. So send it to me and I will do it for you for sure.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
cool.
So again,
Very
Davey,
cool.
I appreciate you, sir.
Bro,
Guys, make
pleasure's
sure.
mine.
Do I have any mods left in here, or did they all leave me because they think I'm insane now? Let me see. Yep, they're. Oh wait, Cat's still
Hey.
in here somewhere. I see Cat, and yeah, they always leave me when it gets late. It's only
Cat's a doll.
midnight.
Cat.
Cat's very sweet. Yes.
Yeah. There's some awesome
Cat,
people in the chat.
Cat, can you please, if you can find it, if you're not, don't worry about it. Put Davey's link in the chat, please, to Davey's
Oh,
channel.
thank you.
You
You're
guys need to go subscribe. This dude is hilarious. You need to watch his content. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I think you are. Most
Hey,
everybody
at
that
least
watches-
at least if you support my content, like I say, then someone else can Uber your eats, and it's a win-win. Either way.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Bless you.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Thank you for joining me again. We
And
appreciate
Angel
you
Heart,
very much.
Angel Heart, what a way to fucking show up and show out. That was awesome.
Yes,
Bringing
yes.
like
Amazing stuff, Angel. Absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, I have no words. Guys, we gained 45 new members between Juror 13 and Angel Heart, and that's a huge amount of new members to gain. So I'm just saying.
And had fun.
It was a good time tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I hope you guys like being able to step away from the true crime stuff for a while, because it is like scrambled egg brains for that,
Definitely.
you know.
Definitely.
So, guys, leave a comment in the comment section. Please hit the like button. Let me know what you think. And don't worry about hurting my feelings. You're not going to. If you don't like it, be honest with me. That's all I ask. So,
Hey, honesty is always better than bullshit for sure.
absolutely. Absolutely. Miss Cat, thank you.
Jager, you're the best. This was fun. Thank you, man.
Absolutely, brother. Have a great night. Hope to see you again soon. Take care.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys, let me get this loaded in here and let's get out of here. It's almost midnight here. All right. Don't forget, everybody, like I always say, to love yourselves, love each other, and please, please, please don't change a thing, because that's truly what I love about you all, is who you are. Have a wonderful night, everybody. God bless.
The coffee's gone cold. The neon still hums. Another night's ending. Another question comes. Maybe nothing happened. Maybe everything did. The files stay buried. The stories stay alive. The headlines fade, but the echoes remain. Different decade, same old game. 3 a.m. at Cafe Conspiracy. The sign still flickers for those who chose to see. Truth tastes sweeter. Maybe nothing happened. Maybe everything did. The files stay buried. The stories stay alive. Different decade. Same old game. The sign still flickers for those who choose to see. We'll leave the light on. The questions never sleep. You decide what's real at Cafe Conspiracy.